North Nha Trang streets. Hi there, there are two viewers already. So yeah, I decided to show you around a little bit and just today I have a chill day. It's Sunday before the karaoke night later on. I basically have just a few hours for myself. So right now, let me show you. I'm in this narrow street. In this narrow street where there are little shops, grocery shops, and like a little food spots. There's some coffee shops. Hi there. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Good.
Are you planning to come over tonight?
What is happening tonight again?
Sunday night karaoke.
Ha!
Yeah.
Same place, yeah?
Yeah, something.
Okay.
Yeah. By the way, streaming now.
Ha!
You wanna say hi?
Sure.
Give me a second. Hi, that's my friend.
Go
Who are
all the way from New Zealand.
all the way from the New Zealand. That's you're also partial UK, yeah?
Yeah, born in England, yeah.
Yeah, what a mix. What a
Yeah,
mix.
mongrel, like a street dog, you know?
Well, tough.
Yeah, yeah, sorry about the other night. I really wanted to come and then the random family lunch and stuff.
Yeah, that's not a problem. That's not a problem. Don't worry about it. Okay, anyways, I
Yeah.
see you.
Yeah,
See
cool.
you maybe tonight.
Yeah, what time are you going?
7 again.
7, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
Alright, see.
Have a good day. Morning. So anyways, this is a little street of a little bit of everything. So here you have a massage and some spa treatment. Another food spot. And another one. And here it's a thrift shop. So yeah, it's quite nice. So now I'm going to the mall to get some water. If I walk a little bit further, it is like a modern building complex. So it's a few skyscraper buildings, and basically there are even more stuff there. Hi there. I didn't manage to find my microphones, so just let me know how does it sound. You can hear me. Hi guys. Welcome to the chat. So there are so many little narrow streets like this. So when you leave long enough time, you start managing and finding a lot of those, a lot of shortcuts. And here we go, you see? Like all of a sudden it looks completely different. You have a bigger shops, and here is a cheaper fruit and some other goods. It's a mall. Sounds okay. Sound is okay. Good. That's good. Well, okay, let's keep walking. So my plan is to get something to drink, like water or something, and then I'm gonna go on the beach and I'll do some, as I like to call, recovery exercises, like some pull-ups, maybe a little shadow boxing. Nothing extreme. So here, hi there. Hello, AJL. So check this out. So even if you don't go to the center and just stay in the north, there are quite a lot of things you can do. Like for real. It's quite sunny day today. There's three things that I love about Vietnam. It is, especially about South, south of Vietnam. It is tropical fruit. It is that they have pull-up bars and stuff, especially at least in the coastal areas. And third thing is that they are always in the motion and working hard. Where are you from? I'm from Georgia, sorry. Country. Have an eye on the road. Yeah, that's true. You should be careful. But when you live here for a few months, you just become fluid and integrated with the rest of the traffic. Will you play boxing in the ring or just training? Well, at the moment, I'm training to be able to, as you say, play boxing on the ring. But for now, let me show you a little bit of the mall. It's quite a cool mall. I mean, a lot of people don't know how Vietnam would look. That's the wrong section. Yeah, that's not what I'm looking for. But yeah, like there is literally everything. Or if not everything. Okay, those are fun. This is the seaweed snack. It is a cool thing. Yeah, anyway, so yeah, quite a big mall, and now I'm just trying to find the water, basically. Have you breakfast? No, I have not. I'm actually planning to fast today. Water.
Sữa chua đằng kia
Where's the
kìa.
water?
Sữa chua đằng kia. Ăn sữa chua ở nhà còn nhiều
Excuse
lắm.
me.
Đi với.
Got one? So yeah, I have not had breakfast and I was planning to for now. I tried making a live stream like this and I understand how hard it is, like walking and reading. Yeah, that's why you have to stop. Especially with my vision, I don't really see that well, even with the contacts. I'm 21, the 21st, it's too late to start boxing or MMA. No, I don't think it's too late at all, especially if you just want it for yourself, but even for the competitive level, if you progress. Sorry, is the queue starting from here? Yeah? Okay. Sorry, I'll skip it. So if you want to do it professionally and you're gonna find out that you're great at it, it's not a bad age at all, especially for MMA, I think. Well, John Jones was the one who started quite late. He never had the background, as far as I remember, and it was just natural. But also, it's a hard work, right? So I know quite some MMA fighters who started around that age. Please show me market. Well, I'm already in the row, but like I can show you like this. So you see there are different sections and it's huge. Cashier. You're so beautiful. From Korea. Hi to Korea. Thank you very much. But yeah, basically I'm just holding my water and waiting. I'm watching your video from Bangladesh. That's great. Hi to you. I want to do boxing like Ilia Tapuria. Due to my age, it feels very it feels very shy. Well, anyways, I mean Tapuria is phenomenal. Like there is no doubt about it. But his style, the way his power punch, that is a result of hard work and training, and not only hard work. I really do believe that Ilya is a smart worker as well. Like they're doing smart things to build what he's building right now, right? So far, his boxing style, considering that originally he's been doing wrestling, it's quite impressive how he managed to build up the boxing. And as I know, he studies all his opponents. He studies how to catch them, how to cut the distance, how to get there in the most smart and efficient way. Also, you cannot do pure boxing in MMA. So I think he's using the most useful part of the boxing technique that can be applied to him to mixed martial arts. Hello, hello. Yeah, I don't support any political government necessarily, but for people, I don't want anyone to die. So it is a hard conflict, that's for sure, you know. If one and another side want to destroy each other, I mean, essentially, if that becomes true, one or other gonna get destroyed, and one or like people from one or another side gonna die, and that's not what I want. Yeah, it's quite okay. I'm close to the queue now. I really hope that it's not gonna ask for a copyright claim because of the music. Yeah? Okay. Thank you very much. 6,000, yeah? Take 20. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Bye. What am I buying? This is water. It's very hot and you gotta stay hydrated. So now I'm going on the beach. I'll show you. Beautiful Nha Trang beach. The north part is very shallow. People even fish there with their bare hands in the evening times. I never tried it, but I've seen Vietnamese people doing that. I'm gonna try to find some shade, and there are a lot of pull-up bars in the area. So you walk throughout the boulevard, and you have pull-up bars maybe in once in a kilometer or 500 meters. How are you doing, Tom Wolf? I'm doing well. How are you doing? Is it possible to increase height? I'm 21 years old, male. Height is about 5.7, and I have poor posture, and my neck size is little. Okay, well, if you have a bad posture, your bad posture is cutting a few centimeters, that's for sure. So try to work on your posture. There is second time people mention the posture issue, so I'm gonna make a separate video about it. But basically, like even now walking, you know, sometimes I relax my back way too much and my boxing habits are taking over, but then I remember I lift my chin up, you know, open my neck, just kind of get in this like a Superman stance, you know what I mean? That is the very least you can do, and obviously there are some real rehab exercises. There's specific exercises that can help you to manage that. So as I said, I'll try to make a video on that topic, and in the meantime you can try to research it. There are very good materials regarding the posture on YouTube. Okay, crossing road is yeah, I heard you. Thank you. No need to be right. So basically what you do, you try to just walk like a normal speed, like a flower, and they just ride you around. Okay, seeing my acquaintance again. And we crossed our path again, huh? Hi again. Hi again.
So,
Yeah, I also came to do a couple pull-ups and stuff. Show the people.
you're still
Yeah.
live streaming?
Yeah, yeah. It's like usually do it for a few hours, at a
Really?
time. Yeah,
Cool.
yeah. Just want to show them a little bit. Well, anyways, I'll show the beach first. Let me just double check if the comments are getting updated. Oh, now they are updated. Oh, there are quite many. Choice. Which SIM are you using? Vietnamese SIM, Vietel. Thank you very much. You have a great day too. Okay, hello to everyone. Yeah, unfortunately, growing it like this is not something conventional. What you can do is just you can moderate your skull shape with your haircut. There is you can do that, and yeah, like don't look at those things. Like I mean, yeah, I understand there are certain proportions and there are certain like what's called beauty standards for both men and women, but there are certain things you cannot change, and you shouldn't delve too much into that insecurity where you pursue everything to make it change, like specific procedures that can be even harmful for your health. So just don't think about it, focus on things you can change and you can control. Looks like a South Asian, it looks like Vietnam. Yeah, it's the Southeast Asia. Well, yeah, I'm just talking, but I'm gonna show you beach now. Look, so it is actually quite nice. It is a nice turquoise water, and it's quite shallow here. So yeah, basically that's what it is. So yeah, I'm just trying to find the seat. Oh, I'll get the seat in a second. Howdy. Howdy. Howdy, howdy. Yeah, Chris is right. As I mentioned, there's certain exercises that can help to correct your posture, and you're just gonna look taller and more confident as a result. Love from the Midwest. Hi to the Midwest. Yeah, blue water. Today it's bluish, that's true. How? Okay, now where is that anyway? It is in Vietnam, Nha Trang. You're pretty, thank you. Yeah, anyways. So now I'm just gonna actually let me sit here. Sit here for a second. Tripto, actually, I wanted to offer you if I can make you a moderator. Since you're here, I'm just gonna add as moderator. Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you. I already made you a moderator. so freaking hot. Let me just move to another chair. Oh shit. Now I'm trying to yeah, my gimbal made a little bit nuts. Well, I like watching UFC, but I couldn't call myself fan because I think fan is someone who is really doing that all the time, watches every fight, watches all the newbies in the UFC, basically just following up with the whole organization. At the moment, I don't do that. Right now, I actually rewatching more of the older stuff. I'm rewatching some of the history part of the martial parts and martial arts and boxing and stuff like that. You know, just remembering some stuff I used to watch before and watching some stuff that I haven't seen yet. The tattoo, by the way, thank you. Try eat scorpions here. I think that's Cambodia. I think yeah, I have not seen anything. I wanted to even make it for a video. I don't have any ick. I was ready to eat the scorpions and spiders and stuff like that, and send it to all my friends because they're just scared of those kind of things. But unfortunately, didn't find anything. Thought on Conor McGregor. I love him. We look alike. McGregor was great at his prime. I mean, his story was like he went from nothing to definitely something. But I think there are definitely some negatives about him. But in general, I respect everyone who has guts. I mean, as long as they are, you know, they remain decent. That's the thing, you know, like it's easy to lose respect when you already gained respect. It's easy to lose it like just in a second. You cannot take away from people who actually built themselves up and got to that point. So glad to found your channel. So cool to meet a woman who trains. Well, thank you, appreciate it. So part of you're an athlete, singer, boxer, above all kind human in your professional first job to start my walks with your training. All the best to you from Canada. Thank you, I appreciate it. These are very kind words, and I mean, I'm a human, so the kindness is always making me feel better about the humanity, I think. Tripta, good job for moderating. Very true. Thoughts on Ilia Topuria. I mean, great fighter, trying to build his legacy, and he wants to be a legend. You will like to see the history of Gracie family. I actually was just watching the history of the Gracie family yesterday, and obviously I knew who they were, but I literally rewatched their Gracie's against the Sakuraba fights, and yeah, I mean it was interesting to watch the contrast, the difference, also like the difference between the classic rounds and the modern, like comparing to modern MMA rules and how it was back then, and this with Hoist and Kazushi doing like in 90 minutes, just like in no time. It's like interesting to see that contrast, you know, and analyze it. I watch every main matches, you see, but I'm too scared for trying. I'm planning to practice boxing. Well, you have to do it gradually. obviously need to start working on the basic technique and stuff, and then just from the beginning try to, if you want to do it serious, from the beginning try to get used to a good defense, good footwork, you know, good stamina. As the beginner, this is even more important, because when you're gonna meet with someone your level or a little bit higher, you just should outpace them basically, you know. This is how you win. And then gradually you're also gonna get used to getting hit by in your face. It's not painful with the gloves. It's not really painful. It's just like, it's like when some a photographer is shooting and you have like this flashlight. This is how it feels. And if you get way too many punches, you're just gonna get more like a high. You know what I mean? That's how it feels. Where you from? Not to be weird, but you're literally my type of lady. Well, I appreciate that. There's nothing wrong to like someone. I have a husband, but I mean, shout out for you. I'm from Georgia, the country, not the state. Oh, Chris did it. Okay, yeah, sure. Be nice, racist, vulgar, and bullying will be booted right away. Zero tolerance. Their guy's just a little reminder. So yeah, this is my husband, by the way, and he's very strict when it comes on the bullshit. So no tolerance to that. Only real conversations. Ilya versus Islam will be. Yeah, it will be fire. I think it will be a great fight. I think right now Islam is the only one who is matching him, and that's why Tapuria has that attitude. He wants basically just to pursue him. You know what I mean? He even came up to his weight class. And when people say that Islam is ducking him, it's not necessarily that. I mean, he was saying that he wants to move up before even Ilya said that he wanted to fight him. So we have to remember, guys, that because fighters are fighters, they are called fighters, right? Them being afraid like of fighting, they might be psychologically a little bit pressured by a certain fighter, like McGregor did to Jose Aldo, for example. He just basically started, like, bullied him, you know what I mean? And that broke him psychologically. But it's not like he's a professional fighter. He's not scared of fighting, right? So there is a major difference. Where are you from? I'm from Georgia. You sing pretty good, thank you. Chris is the best husband I've seen. Yeah, I mean, he's the greatest, that's for sure. Exactly, that's what it takes to learn to fight. Yeah, everything you did gradually. Elaine Connor will fight in the White House, calling it now. Well, that will be fun to watch. Привет. Did you already get knocked out before? I've been knocked down. You know, female division is not that crazy. I mean, it depends which weight class you are. I was competing in 57, and I don't have that many fights. As I said, it was nationals in Georgia, then it was international like competition experience. It was in the Makhachkala, Dagestan. Actually, I've been in Dagestan. It looks like it feels like from the past, you know. And yeah, so, but yeah, I've definitely been knocked down. You from Georgia. Finally found a shady spot. There's so many people. Drinking beer, watching fireworks while enjoying the stream. Well, good for you. Enjoy it. You're single? No, I'm not. Very true. Fighters fight. Yeah. Tell me, do you have any single friends? Well, come to Georgia and you'll find out. It's a good women in Georgia. Like basically Caucasus region, quite conservative or moderately conservative. You know what I mean? Like our Gen Z, they still have, like our Gen Z is still millennials. You know what I mean? They're like feel more, they feel more like from the past. They still have some values, even though they're way more modern than previous generations that were born in the Soviet Union. Chris, you're a lucky man. Cheers. Well, thank you. In professional boxing, is knockout painful? Will it shut down someone? I mean, knocking out is basically shutting down someone, but it usually happens. It's just for a few seconds. When you're knocked out, you're blacked out. You're so peaceful that if you watch the slow motions, like the footages of people being knocked out, how they fall when they're completely blacked out after like one or two heavy punches. They're so peaceful. They're just somewhere else at that point. And then when they wake up when they're already on the ground, getting the aid from the referee and the medics. So, like, it's unpleasant to get hit in your face, even with the gloves, if you're not used to it. But then, once you're getting warmed up, once you're getting used to it, it's not that horrible. Not like I'm encouraging getting hit in your face. That's why in the boxing you have many ways how to avoid as many punches towards your head as possible. That's called boxing technique. Merab Dvalishvili, yeah, I love him. Hi. Georgian woman kick-ass. Yeah, I mean Georgians are kick-ass. I tried to karaoke Shape of You. It's hard. You can do it so easy. Respect. How long have you been doing this for? You ask about karaoke. I've been doing it maybe for a few months now. I just once went to the Red Buffalo, sang karaoke there was another host. I think they were just starting it, and she was just like a one time. So it's not like they fired her or something. She was just agreed to do it once, and then they were looking for someone else. And when they after that night, they just gave me an offer, and I agreed because I love singing, and I took it as an opportunity to practice my vocal abilities, because you have to practice that too as everything else. And I can tell you, I got better at it. My vocal control is way more on the point than it used to be before the karaoke experience. Hello, are you interested in history? The part of Europe. That part of Europe. Well, yeah, Caucasus region. I mean, very, very strong ties to Europe. They also say that some of the archaeological findings point on that actually the European immigration, like before it even immigrated to the Europe, originated from that area where the Georgia is, like Georgia, Armenia, and part of Turkey. And yeah, it's very interesting. But it always had the strong ties to European cultures. A lot of people don't know that, but we had. It's like a sunny and safe day. Yeah, it is. It's very safe here in this specific area. It is very nice and safe and beautiful. Adrenaline works like morphine. That's true. Which country? Georgia. The country, not the state. Well, any friends need a citizenship? Jokes. Well, it's a good joke. Yeah, it's funny. Well, quite a few of my friends. Georgia is in the program of the low immigration rate countries, I think. So, which means that every year they I don't think they give it away, but there is this green card thing, and some of my friends got it. They got it. They participated in the waiting list, and essentially they got there. it's scary. Imagine how Ilya knocked out Oliveira. Yeah, but also don't forget that's like a top tier level, like a top elite of the mixed martial arts, and it depends. You might not even want to do that. Also, just for you to know that like lethal outcomes in MMA has a way lower rate than in boxing. In boxing, years ago it was like around 300 people died on the ring. Since I didn't update it myself, there are probably more after, but it's like obviously comparing to the world boxing, it's not a big number either, and it probably goes more into men category, more into the higher weight classes as well. But still, you know, it's if you are way too concerned about those things, maybe that's something you don't want to do. But just for you to know that if you're just gonna start and do little sparrings and, you know, train in the gym and then have something close to the real fight and have that experience, you should be fine, okay? As long as your health lets you to do that, as long as you don't have any underlying disease, something that's, you know, you shouldn't, because of that you shouldn't do it. Just make sure that that everything is fine for you, and just enjoy the process, okay? Do you know who the MMA guru is? Yeah, he was like the last video I've seen of him, it like became like a viral about him talking about daggies and how they destroying the sport and stuff. I mean, no, not my words. It's just the video I saw. You're in Vietnam vacation on the 4 or 5 for a vacation and basically just living for a few months here. Are you using an external mic? Right now I don't, but my phone might have a feature that is catching my voice well, as long as I'm close enough. So if it does, I'm happy about it. It's divided between Russia proxy states. Can you go there? I didn't really get the question. I mean, I know what is Russia proxy states, but I think Georgia can do it, especially with the current government. But a lot of people in Georgia are pro-West as well. So now we have this pro-Russia versus pro-West. Let me know I'm single and a Norwegian McGregor. Norwegian, are you originally having Norwegian roots? But I'm American. Gotcha. Which country? Georgia? No, not Russia. Not Russia. Georgia. You like MMA? Yes, I like mixed martial arts. I love red hats. What is your job? I'm a personal trainer, currently focusing on the work online for years now, and apart from the personal trainings I also do health consulting, lifestyle optimization, like a sleep, hormonal optimization with the natural ways, you know, no prescribed medication, nothing like that. I don't have license to do that, but when it comes to just putting right habits in place, having good diet, having good sleep, this kind of things. So yeah, this is how I work with people. MMA guru is funny, his impressions. Your voice is crystal clear. Which phone? It is Xiaomi Mi 11 Ultra. This is one of those phones that are like are maybe not that common in West, so far as we researched, but here they decided to make it like to compete with Samsung Galaxy S21 Ultra, I think, and iPhone Pro, the period that was like 4 years ago, because that phone was released 4 years ago. But it's a good phone, it has a good camera, apparently good sound as well. Hi sister, hi. Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Okay, well, let's keep moving. okay because I recognize your accent. What do you mean? How do you think my accent sounds? Look at this. So nice. Not to mean to brag about it, but it's also one of the most affordable countries in the world. So it's not like I'm somewhere on the Miami beach. And still, it feels like it. It feels so nice. So guys, just get the tickets and come to the Vietnam. You won't regret it. Well, looking for some advice. My girl wants to open up their relationship. She said I'm not good enough for her. I don't want to lose her, but I think that's too much for me. I'm sorry, but if someone mistreats you like this, and like no, she doesn't even want to just break up with you. She wants like an open relationship and kind of just have you as an like one of the options, but still keep looking for a better someone for herself. No, just don't do that to yourself, please. It's gonna be difficult, I understand, but please, just don't do that. Let her go. Go on with your life. Focus on yourself. Start working on the things that you think you're lacking. And build up your self-confidence. Build up your interests, your physicality. You know, if you're a man, you need to be strong. You need to be able to protect. And when you attract a good woman, she's gonna appreciate it. You know what I mean? She's gonna respect you. It's hard to it's hard to read all of this like while walking. From Georgia. That's the most commonly asked question. I'm from Georgia. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna watch Ilya highlights tonight. You're the first Georgian I met. Wow, well, good for you. It's like your first time is a luck, you know? Okay, keep going. You're a great representation of Georgia. Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm already married. No, thank you. It's the most heartbreaking thing ever, but I'm afraid you're right. Yeah, I mean, it's not about feelings at this point. It's about the future, you know? Sometimes what we feel does not align together with something that we need. Think about what you need and what you want at the same time. You probably want a family one day, right? You want kids. You want your kids to have a good mother, right? Because it's not going to be only about you anymore. It's going to be about the kids. And you want someone who you can trust, and you can be loyal to you, and can really respect and appreciate you. I mean, love is like one of those like parts. It's like maybe we can say that it's all of it together is love, but love is transformed. You know, at the different stages of the relationship, you're gonna feel a different kind of love, and it's still gonna be there. You know, if you manage to make the right things, but without respect, without loyalty, trust, and you know, being able to be friends and being able to work as a team, it's not gonna last, you know, no matter how strong your feelings are right now. Thailand or Vietnam better? I never been in Thailand yet, so, but Vietnam, they say that Vietnam is less touristic and it was more authentic, so I guess at the moment Vietnam for me because I'm here. I'm single and live in a small town, but look good, just hard to find people. Well, maybe you should start travel even around the US. Yeah, oh my god, there's so many questions. Sorry to. Okay, what's Chris saying? Sorry to have to tell you, but you already lost her. But that's okay. Better now before you have kids. Ah, okay, yeah, he's responding for the same comment. Okay, I meet all those qualifications. Exactly. Trust is a tough thing to come by these days. Well, one thing for the guys, you know, maybe for a woman, it's just enough to be loyal, kind, nurturing, you know, trusting, and also trustworthy and stuff like that. But for men, on the top of those qualities, you have to be strong. You have to be able to lead in a relationship, and it's not about aggression. It's not about anything negative. It's basically just take a family and navigate outwardly, and it's like a ship, you know. Imagine you have a ship and there is a captain. So as a man you should be a captain, and everyone else who helps you on that journey is your family, you know. Your wife is your like main companion. You and your wife, you're like a head authority. Your wife and you together are authority to your kids. So it's certain hierarchy, but it's all based on respect, you know. This is why I think some traditional family values got a negative feedback maybe in the later years, even in Georgia, because what tends to happen in the conservative countries was the classic family structure. The man often would become a tyrant, then a woman would become a tyrant to her kids, and kids would grow up into such a negativity. You know what I mean? The hierarchy would be the same, but there would be so much unprocessed trauma, so much angriness, and so much negativity. And this is important, you know, like you can get the same structure because it works, but when you put it on the ground of respect and patience and love and loyalty and responsibility, self-accountability, like in the family of each member of the family, and everyone taking their roles and getting into it, you're becoming very, very strong, you know, as the family unit. And as then you know, expand your community, you meet like-minded people, and that's a beautiful thing to create in your life, you know what I mean? God bless red hats. Trump forever. Like, everyone who mentions Trump, I always remember when it got shot to his ears, like, fight, fight, fight. I mean, like or dislike, no one is perfect, but gosh, that moment was words of respect. Did you see my videos? I saw some of your videos, but I didn't see, if you sent me an email, I didn't see the links that I asked for. Well said, thank you. Well, okay, let me show you another place. So now I'm gonna go to the Leo Arabica. Look at this. It's a very lovely place for the co-working and stuff. You know, I've been using this place for previous streams. And yeah, let's go here. Hi. Hi. Can I have one coconut? Yeah, it's so hot outside. Thank you. It is so hot outside. I just want to take some place, you know what I mean? Like just sit somewhere. Let me find a place. That should be good. Whew. Okay, now it's... Tell me how you can hear the music. Is it too loud? I don't want to get any copyright claims on this stream specifically. Chris says, start reading a book called The Rational Male by Rollo Tomasi. It's a good guide on what female nature actually is. Another funny and good place to start is Homas funny. I love Homas, he's brilliant. Funny as hell and true. Yeah. good places to start. And you know, there are certain things I just would want to say. What we need more in this world is nuanced thinking. You know, even if you learn something and you take a source and you want to learn something. For example, I'm going to take my example. I was reading Robert Greene's 48 Laws of Power. I was listening to the audiobook more accurately. And, you know, it's like a lot of people, gave me feedback that, oh, that's bullshit, oh, that's too cynical, this and that. But for me, it was a little bit different experience. I mean, absolutely different experience. I think that this man made complete sense in every and each of his law. And if you think about it, put a little bit nuanced thinking and critical thinking, you would understand that you cannot go just use one law because you're gonna outbalance others and you're gonna lose anyways. And also, don't forget that this book is named literally 48 Laws of Power. So it is focused on the gaining, acquiring, and sustaining power in your life. Maybe starting from smaller scale, like your relationships, ending by like in a political scale. And there are different examples of those, you know, transgressions or a good example of the law, you know what I mean? So it was not only political, it was a lot of like economists, a lot of artists, a lot of different people, and women as well. There were like examples about women, and one of my favorite laws in the 48 Laws of Power was like he basically said that it's a feminine trait predominantly, but it's a very strong trait that like masculine men should also acquire, and it's hard for them to acquire. It is fluidity and be adaptive to environment. Women are way easier to adapt to the things. Maybe not now with all this aggressiveness, but throughout the history, women would acquire power only that way. They would have to be very smart about how they talk, what they do, who they build their alliances with, etc. And they are like very good examples in that book. So it is about the power in general, but if you really want to just make yourself a little more superior, if you want to develop yourself, make yourself a little bit of a life player, that is a good book. Like there are good pointers you can pick up, even if you don't agree with all of it, which is completely fine. It's important to emphasize what you agree with and then emphasize what you disagree with and think about it, you know, why you agree with this or why you disagree with this. This is what I think is critical thinking. And yeah, I mean, when I noticed that a lot of people would just send me the message that, oh, this is bullshit, they're just like, you know, scammers and stuff. Robert Greene is a scammer. I was like, I mean, I don't know Robert Greene personally. I just read this book and well, I disagree with you. I can tell you why I disagree. And they were like, okay, block you. Okay, if that's your conversation, if this is your point, then you don't have a point, right? So nuanced thinking and critical thinking is a very good thing. Hello, I'm a fat cat. Nice to meet you. That was a cute thing. Okay, anyways, there's so many comments. I'm just gonna go all the way down. A great rule to abide from the book is never outshine your master. That is one of the essentials, I think. Never outshine your master, because it's first of all, I think it gives you the aura of the decency when you build yourself up, even if it's notably you outshine your master. You never acknowledge that because you always give a credit to someone who contributed into building you up. So it creates an aura of decency, and I think it's just like being a decent person, right? It's not only about the image. Not everything we do for the image, but some things that we do for ourselves is also good for our image, right? So both can be together. MMA fighter or boxer. Well, you can call me Red Hat. Are you Ukrainian or Russian? I'm Georgian. But I'm partially Russian and Ukrainian too. My mother is half Russian, half Ukrainian actually, so I have some Slavic roots. Acknowledging you have the ability to outshine him, her gives you the power. Yeah. A lot of important parts of the book is basically be careful what you say out loud. And a lot of things just preserve it for yourself. Analyze yourself. Never put it on the public. I want to have your babies. Well, bye-bye. But yeah, you should. I was about to say you should ask my husband first. You're from Georgia. It's a very historical place. Yeah, it is. It is. It is bordering with Armenia, and those two countries are the first Christian countries in the world. Armenia is technically the first, and Georgia is the second. I'm a UFC fan. Nice to meet you. Great. I like people in the community that like fighting, watching fights and stuff. Hello, Diana. How are you? I'm good. Can you shout out my kickboxer body? Sokmahdek. Okay, Sokmahdek, congratulations for your first fight. That's a great feeling. Hi, very cute. Thank you. Let's see the place. Oh, okay, that's a good point. Let me show you the place. All right, we're gonna start from here. So this is the entrance. And this is the corner I'm at. Look at this. Leo Arabica. A lot of people working. Here is the bathroom. And this is a little bit more private workspace. Oh, can you hear my voice echoing? So you can even make presentations and it's free. I mean, basically, there is no charge for it. So it's a very great place. I'm even wondering now, is it better here? Can you hear me better? Is it better sound here? Maybe I should move inside? Okay. Favorite fight of all time? It's like hard to say. Let me think. Sorry, nothing comes to my mind right now, but I'll think about it, and if I remember, I'll say it. So you know Merab or Ilya are UFC champions. Yeah, I know. Well, a little fun fact, Georgia is such a small country. I literally have a common friend with Merab, who is now in his team, like he's doing some social media marketing at his team. He's known for helping a lot of Georgians and, giving them opportunity and creating a team around it. And with Ilya, like my best friend, she was just telling me yesterday, do you want me to get you to Ilya? And I was like, okay, I don't want that nepotism, but he's also doesn't seem like a person who would just go for that bullshit. But she's like, oh, no, I literally, my another bestie is like his cousin. Of course, and I was like, of course, we're the country of nepotism. They're like, so, when someone from Georgia achieves something and they create a little distance, so they like create little boundaries, between other Georgians and themselves. I really do understand it, because it's like Georgians can't, because it's a small country, they can get, oh, I'm a fellow Georgian, I do this and that, and obviously that's not nice. It can put a person in a very, very uncomfortable situation. So yeah, I don't necessarily agree with that. So yeah, I know who these guys are, of course, and there are other famous Georgians. There is The athletes, if anyone here is in the weightlifting, Lasha Talahadze, basically the world record holder on the power clean, 1 rep max, and the power snatch. Those world records belong to him. He just won his last gold medal on the French Olympics and retired. And you probably know Levan Saginashvili, Georgian Hulk, aka Georgian Hulk. So yeah, there are like quite some Georgians who went out there. Yeah, that's true. 2 Georgian fighters in the UFC. Currently, are you in which country? In Vietnam? Hello, I'm from Brazil. Hi to Brazil. You can be everywhere, anywhere. Okay, well then, let me get back to my table and drink my coconut. That should be fine. Okay, so many drawn fries, Takayama. Yeah, this is the greatest fight of all time, LMAO. Yeah, that's true. One of my favorite ones. There's some Emelianenko fights. I mean, definitely like old school, crazy. You know, Emelianenko always had this image of very stoic and great fighter. And boxing fights. Well, I actually like Mayweather and De La Hoya fight when it comes to boxing. That's one that came on the back of my hat, and yeah, that was the very close fight, very controversial, one of the controversial ones with Mayweather. Are you good? The rule I try to live by is searching the fault on myself instead of on the other people. I see my shortcomings. I always know that I can do better. Well, you need to have a balance. Obviously, you have to be able to look into yourself, but also other people are flawed too. So be aware of that, and you know, just have a reality check for yourself. But don't take bullshit from other people either. You're a cute little firecracker. Thank you, I guess. Do you think you can beat up the average female in real fight? Well, I mean, it depends on the fight. Most of women gonna go for your hair, and I know how to control that position. So it's not only boxing though, as well. I mean, you can do some throws, give me some kicks, and I know how to do arm bars and just hold the bag and stuff. So when it comes to the average female, which is maybe not way too big compared to me, because size matters, it always matters, I guess so, but I don't want to think about it because I'm not for fighting in the streets, and I never been bothered by anyone in that manner, so that is good. What do you think about Makhachev is Ilya, who is the better? Well, I cheer for Ilya, but I think both are great fighters. They have their own strengths. I think Makhachev's wrestling and grappling is stronger, but Ilya is also a wrestler, and it's just the fact that he never used it much. It doesn't mean that he doesn't have a good, solid groundwork and take down the defense and stuff, but he's going to try to keep it in his rules. So it's all about psychological aspect and who's going to force their own rules on another one. Whoever's going to do that is going to win. Remember, Makhachev stopped Oliveira and Alexander winning streak. Yes, that's true. Interesting, very interesting. Do you like Topuria? Yes, I do. You're a fighter and you're kind. Thank you. I suck because you're Georgian, you're a fighter, and you're kind. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's very sweet of you. Are you in Vietnam for training or vacation? Both. Where is this place? This is in Vietnam, Nha Trang. Oh, Maldives. Good. Well, here, coconuts are good everywhere. Usyk versus the boys this month. Yes, I'm gonna watch this one. Seems like you're more interested in boxing more than MMA. I mean, I'm trying. I'm training boxing, so I can only share unboxing. Actually, teach unboxing. Other things, I'm more like an enthusiast, right? But as I said, lately when it comes to the history of it, I'm trying to look at both and just just yeah, just get updated because it's the history. Boxing is part of the entire thing. It's even though it's a bigger sport than MMA, even now. But it's still like if we put it in a mixed martial art context, it's like one of the parts of it, and yeah, it's just interesting, to see which style is superior in what, and which style has its weaknesses. It's a very entertaining process to observe. Have you tried the VR headset? No. Okay, keep going. I'm from AK and training with Dagestani brothers, so I'll dominate middleweight. Good for you. Okay, I'm just gonna go a little bit slower. Thoughts on Georgian and Dagestan rivalry, like Merab versus Omar, and now Tapuri and Makachev. We might see Merab versus Evloev for the weight division 2. Yes. Yes, oh Jesus Christ. So there is a Georgian MMA page, and there is Dagestani MMA page that literally having a beef. And they're like, when it was like, I don't really like Umar. I really think that he's overrated. Don't get me wrong, he's stronger than us. He's talented. He has some talent, that's for sure. But there was way too much hype because he's Nurmagomedov, and he actually looks like him quite a lot. And his attitude with Merab, I mean, you have here you have a champion, and you didn't really have that many like top 5 fights at all, and you're just like saying that he doesn't have, like, you criticize his grappling, you're saying that he's not that good fighter. And actually Merab never did it. He gave an interview once in Georgian, and he said that he believes that he's a good fighter, but he doesn't like his attitude, his disrespect to his legacy, his disrespect to the industry like this, So yeah, he got way too arrogant, and he got humbled. And the way how he dealt with the loss, I don't, you know what, like if I lose, even if I won that fight, for like if it's an anonymous decision or something, I'm not gonna start first thing talking about my broken hand in a fight. That was the last thing. I was like, nah, that guy is just, too much ego, too much, cannot swallow his pride and stuff. Because I believe that even the cocky fighters, there have been some cocky fighters, but when they lost, they were acknowledging their opponents. They said, you know what, he was just better. That's it. And I like that from the back then, like back in the days, that was a more common practice. It was about healthy rivalry, not like diminishing one each other. It's hard for females to build muscles. It's harder for comparing to men, but it's not impossible, that's for sure. I mean, I want women, and both men and women know that a woman's body is not like just a fragile piece of paper, right? It still consists of the bones and muscles and hormonal background. We also have testosterone, even though it's way less than comparing to men, though it's way more compared to our own estrogen. I mean, it's like we can develop relative strengths, that's for sure. You've seen female gymnasts, you've seen female calisthenic athletes, and this is the best representation of the relative strength. So yeah, I encourage women to pursue those things, even though naturally most of women are not interested in that, but I really do encourage the ones who have the tendency. Hello from Saudi Arabia, hi. Same here, but I switch it up on my workouts daily. Good. Okay, I'm just going down because there were so many comments. What do you think, John Jones or Kamzat and Islam Makachev? Who is better? I mean, John Jones apparently just lost interest to fighting, and also he didn't want to break his like a winning streak, you know, that he didn't want to get any losses. So he's definitely being way more careful, and he essentially retired now from the Aspinall. So you should compare John Jones with Tom Aspinall. Aspinall is a beast, that's for sure. Khamzat is great. Islam is great. I mean, they're all dangerous, strong fighters. I cannot believe Topuria took the first spot. That's the beauty about it. Like, you know, you want to prove if you're someone who does not really give a damn about who's gonna say what, and you really do something that is gonna be considered unbelievable. I always have a respect to people, whatever is their personality, just for that single aspect, you know. I even tell you more, I don't have to like a person, but I still give them a credit and respect them for their strengths and resilience. If you can in a fight, what's your recommended beginning first move? I don't know. I'm a boxer. Probably I would do. I usually do 3-punch combos, like 1, 2, 3, like jab, hook, uppercut, stuff like that. So maybe that would be something that I would do. I would just hop in, jab, hook, uppercut, run away. That's what I would do probably. I'm not sure, you know, because it's reflective. Islam has way more good record. Well, Islam was, yeah, I mean, he has a bigger record. It still doesn't matter. They're both great fighters, you know, and the only thing we're gonna see the truth only when they fight. Fighter, I'm a boxer, and so like in general, I just like boxing, mixed martial arts, and talking about those things. Dustin. Testosterone is what you need for the fast growth. Well, you also need the growth hormone, and there are some other hormones promoting, so it's like a mix of the hormones that promote it. Testosterone, definitely for sure, that's one of the reasons, like, you guys have, you grow muscles faster than and better than women. But it's fine. Billy Jones afraid to Tom and retired? I think again, he's a fighter. I don't think he's afraid of fighting, but there are way more things on the stake, which is his legacy. I think he made it worse. I would rather him face Tom Aspinall and lose than what he did. But as I said, in his opinion, probably by advice of his managers, like, he just, you know, refused. Unless he comes back all of a sudden decides to take the fight. You never know what happens. But he just probably he just wants to enjoy his life now. He made his life up. He's doing well. Last thing I saw him, he was in Thailand, like, drinking coconuts like me. So, you know, I kind of understand him. If men versus women fight same weight category, who will win? In MMA, it will be men, 100%. You can see there are fights. You can just Google it. You can see the fights in Muay Thai. One was Lucia Riker, one is the greatest female martial artist, and she was like a hard puncher stuff. Didn't stand a chance with a guy in the same weight class, even smaller. And MMA, there was another fight. The girl was way more technical than the guy, but she just got smashed because he was stronger. That's the major difference. We're not in the Hollywood movies. We're not in the Marvel universe. You know what I mean? So I'm completely against men versus female, unless it's the friendly, educational sparring in the gym. I learned a lot from the good male boxers, because they worked as much as it was needed for me, you know, technically, like, fast, you know, kind of like moderate punches, so I could feel them, but it was not like, you know, something damaging for me. So yeah, just only in that context. I met with Tom once. He's really huge, but he's nice English guy. Well, he seems like one. Yes, women have less testosterone and lower bone density, so they have much harder fight to gain muscles. Chris saying that's true. Can you share your boxing record? I don't think there is any left. I probably have just a few fights because it was a Georgia national team. Then I had a lot of sparrings and a lot of heavy sparrings, which I wouldn't do now at all. In the like camp, training camp and stuff. And then I had a couple fights in this like international. It wasn't international. It was like a few countries in the Dagestan, and that's it. I don't have that many public record experience. So at that time it was IBA. There is still IBA, one of the labels, but yeah, I remember I had the passport and I had just a few fights there. Yeah, watch Tom and Jerry. I haven't seen it in a while. I might do it later. Watching from Papua New Guinea. Wow. Hi. Well, it's very far. I never would think that my stream would reach there, but nice to hear that. Okay, I'm just gonna go all the way down. Okay, that's not that many. Charles shouldn't have done that. You mean the game plan? Well, yeah, Ilya studied his style basically. He even said that in the post interview that he knew that Charles would just come forward and like he wouldn't even have to necessarily chase him for getting him, you know, closer. He would just meet him with the punches. So yeah, it's I think it's also creates a big difference sometimes when you completely change your game for a specific fighter, when you know who you're gonna face, and if it's someone who you know that is fighting a different style, your capability of changing your style and adapt for their style is one of the key components. And then Patty said, "What the fuck?" Well, Patty runs around and calls everyone sausages, so. In India, coconut is affordable. Here, same as well. A woman who understands the difference is rare. Yeah, unfortunately. You know, what I like to think about, the women who actually do understand the difference, they are more like, they're mothers. They sometimes have a career and job too, and they're too busy to take care of their families. That's what they do. So I don't think those women are too much into the social media at all. So that's what I have a hope for, because yes, I don't see what I see mostly women who really don't have any other interests, and they just, you know, have a strong desire to be sitting here talking, like, you know, and be present to on the social media. Like, who am I judging? I'm like literally streaming that right now, but you know what I mean, what I'm saying, you know. So I think those women are just on the background, like the other men who are just doing, you know, their husbands who are doing the hard work and working in mines, in the engineering, in the builders, people who are the backbone of the society. So I think we should just mention those people and give them the credit more often. Do you feel pain from braces? Not anymore. Yeah, exactly. It's a real deal. Nothing from the movies. John Jones is a good fight because they both have 50-50 chance to win. Exactly. I'm just saying, like, John's decision, I think he just lost this hunger for the fighting. And fair enough, he's like 36, 7 years old. There are fighters who fight way later than that, but everyone has their time when they are like, you know what, I'm done. Are you interested to go to professional fighting like in the UFC, or just your hobby? Well, I wouldn't go to UFC, but I would pursue boxing. So that's sort of my goal. When I go back to Georgia, I already trained to build up a certain aspects to already have certain advantages on the ring. And when I step on the sparrings, there's going to be certain sparring sessions and like different kinds of, not heavy ones, but you know, maybe one or two just to test myself. And then I would aim for the Georgia Nationals, but the amateur boxing, Olympic style, not the pro boxing. And maybe I would consider pro boxing if everything goes well. You know, guys, don't forget that I'm not trying to how to say, do something that would not be possible for me, you know? I'm just promoting boxing, sprinting, and like that lifestyle for everyone, that you don't have to compete necessarily, to use it for yourself and actually build as a part of your personality, build the confidence, the health, the mental resilience, etc. So there are many other benefits that I think just regular people can get too. This is my channel is more about, though as I said, if I get to the point of competing, I'm definitely going to share with you here on YouTube. Yeah, that's a dragon. It's my left shoulder because the camera is reversed, so this is the left arm. Hey brother, I'm from North Atlanta, Georgia. Hi to North Atlanta. It's like a Georgia state. From Georgia, hi to Georgia state. From a Georgian from the country. Judo versus Jiu-Jitsu. What is your favorite? I was actually watching the history of Jiu-Jitsu versus Judo like 2 days ago. So, I mean, Japanese Jiu-Jitsu and then creation of the Judo, and not having a really big difference and significant differentiation at that times, and then how they brought it to Brazil and creation of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. One of them were Gracie family members. I think it was Carlos Gracie, but there were other Brazilians too who contributed in the creation of the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu as the Brazilian national sport. And well, both have their advantages. Jiu-Jitsu is way more, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is way more on the groundwork, way more defensive, and Judo is way more about the strokes and dominating from the stance, putting on the ground. So actually those two, so Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is the way it is, from the like. Definitely one of the reasons is because of to alternate the Judo to be able to get a certain advantage in the match against the judokas. So that's why they created this groundwork, you know, and a lot of chokes and a lot of the like attacking defense. Prime Conor McGregor or Ilia Topturo. I don't know. I go for Ilia. I don't know, Islam or Jack. I don't know. I think Jack is someone interesting, and we'll see. Do you think, are you able to win a fight with the average guy same as your weight? Okay, when it comes to those kind of things, I mean, it also depends. There are some videos, I don't know if you've seen some footages of just average people going in, mostly guys going to the martial art gyms and challenging the professionals. And one of the videos was Taekwondo, and he challenged a woman, Taekwondo style. So she just beat the shit out of him. But also consider that in that style, like, I mean, she's professional Taekwondo. She's gonna get to your head like in a second, and body and low kicks, everything, you know, and like spinning back kick. So she just beat the shit out of him because he cannot, like, building Taekwondo style. People don't understand how hard it is. You know what I mean? In a boxing match, it's harder because if there's a guy, even if it's my size, probably gonna have longer reach than I have. even if it's just chaotic fights. Maybe I would manage to do something, but I would always have a danger to get hit heavy just by him stupidly swinging his arms. You know what I mean? When it's in taekwondo specifically, she can control this difference. You know, so really depends. I just saw that video. She beat the shit out of that non-trained guy after he challenged her with the taekwondo style. Hello, hi to everyone. A jacked woman will have a hard time getting married, agreed. Well, I mean, as I said, you need one husband and you need one wife, yeah, technically. At least in the Western world and or Christian world. So, I actually remember this one lady who's bodybuilder, like a solid bodybuilder, and she had a coach, her trainer, and well, apparently that was her husband. So her husband was her coach, and they've been happily married. Judo is a big part of karate. I mean, I think karate and jiu-jitsu also diversified as as a martial art even earlier than that. Because there is some Okinawan karate, there are other styles of karate. Then there is jiu-jitsu, where it's more they were teaching that in the military as well. Like they were teaching it, that was like a military system, and it got transformed, and like judo came from Japanese jiu-jitsu. You say Brazil. I'm from Georgia, the country. Background. I don't know, it's 100 men. What is your thoughts on it? What? Probably 100 men. I want to. Okay, Yeah, I'm super behind the chat, so I'm just gonna. Oh no, I actually got here. Got to the end. Introduce myself in 5 lines. I can that's too hard for me. I guess I'm not that smart. By the way, I'm from the neighbor of your country, Azerbaijan. Oh, hi from Vietnam to Azerbaijan. Would you box Imane Khalif? Well, I mean, was it confirmed that she has the essentially male chromosome in her? I know she was an intersex. She's from Algeria, so I don't think there is a high likelihood that she was raised as a woman, because they would be like, whatever, she looks more like a woman, so she's a woman. But I guess when she got tested, I think they just tried to, it was hard to comprehend it, so that's just my opinion. I'm not saying that was the truth, how it happened. But if she has the certain things that are just advantages for her, and like for the real, I definitely would spar with her, but I don't think would go for a heavy fight. But we'll see. I mean, depends. Sometimes you compete, and that's the problem in the female boxing and female sports, because there is a high tendency of women who are androgynes or intersexes. They have they naturally have higher testosterone, so they tend to go to sports. They want to compete, right? And comparing to regular women, it creates a contrast, you know? Maybe there are not that many of them, but still, you have 1 or 2, and that's already enough to take over the women's sport. So it's a little bit hard topic that probably requires a complex solution. I think she's intersex, but she does have slightly about testosterone than a woman. Okay. Well, as I said, I would spar with her, like in a training environment, even like to go with the moderate sparring, because sometimes it's like you throw a punch, you go technical, you know. You still can test the person's abilities, like in the moderate sparring. You're a beauty. Thank you. Oh my god, you're on my feed daily. I don't know, thanks to YouTube algorithms, pushes me quite a lot now. Did you practice boxing today? Not today. It's a Sunday and I'm chilling. I know Georgia is an old dedicated Christian country. Can you share some history of this country? Well, let me think. There is around 2,000 years of the history, so it's quite an old country. Georgia got Christianized in the beginning of the 5th century. At that time, there was a king, Miriam. We have one of the saints called Nina, Saint Nino. She was the preacher, she was the missionary who, at her period, essentially, the whole country got Christianized. Before that was a local pagan religion, and with the influence of some Zoroastrianism, fire worshipping. And then since then we've been Christians, though because there were a lot of wars between Muslims and Georgian Christians. The southern part of Georgia, there are quite a lot of Muslims. There are around 30% of Georgia, maybe a little bit less, are Muslims, but they're Georgian Muslims, and Georgia has very strong identity. It's funny, there are Georgian Muslims, Georgian Jews, and Georgian Christians, and they live in peace within each other, you know what I mean? It's very interesting. So I think the identity being Georgian is even a little bit more above than the religion itself, though the Christianity has a very strong roots, it's a very core of most of the Georgian people. And yes, and then it was like a monarchy up until the beginning of the 19th century. Then the Russian Empire came in. And then we have the Soviet Union, and then we have the technically 34 years of independence, but it's also controversial now. That's the very short history of Georgia. Okay, best cardio in UFC. I think Merab has the best cardio in UFC. Do you know what they say about red Harris? I don't want to. In Jake Paul is Mike Tyson event. In main event, 2 girls fight very well. Yeah, they still has the show. I think it was Katie Taylor and I forgot the other girl. It was one of the great fights. I think it was even named as the fight of the year or something. Yeah, that was one of the rarity fights, which is like a gladiator combat. You have a good day too, Tom. Enjoy yourself. Talk boxing. Boxing. No, I don't watch adolescents. Yes, I'm married. Do you use the jab to get inside, or do you use your feet more? You do both. You use both. Let me put my coconut. So what you do, you use both because, actually, let me show you. Why not? And a quite friendly space where there is no problem. So, I'll just show you here. Okay. So. You use some jab, like you just before, like you have this distance, and let's say you want to move in, right? What I like to do is basically do the feint jab, like a feint jab. So instead of just throwing the jab, so you see what I do? I do the stepping, and I also throw the jab just to protect myself in case. And essentially that would be like, you know, for example. And then you decide to move backwards or stay there. Depends on the process of the fight. Depends how it goes, you know. If it's your opponent is already tired, you might tend to stay there and just keep throwing the punches. If it's still quite active, you just would do that, come out. Would do that, come out. And sometimes it's a higher chance of the lucky strike as well. So like you just knock someone out like Ilya did with Oliveira. Okay, who will win, Amanda or Kala Harrison? There is 50-50. I like both actually. one of the exciting female fights that I'm gonna definitely watch. I'm 22 years old and my mom still tweets me. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, dude. If it's a problem, just try to get independent, leave the house ASAP. That's not normal. Okay. I'm 161 in centimeters, 5 feet and 2 inches, and how much I'm in kgs? Like 54 kgs, and I don't know how much is it in pounds. Don't remember. Okay, just keep going down. There's so many questions. Probably Dustin. Try this. 1 jab, off back foot, and double jab of front foot. 45. 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I'm trying to understand the combo you're saying. 1 jab, back foot, the double jab. Yeah, I mean, you always use jabs with your footwork. Doesn't matter, you go forward, back, or on the side. I'm gonna just take this away. Hello, sport girl. Hi. I'm married. Summer or fall? Fall. Pacquiao is better than my weather. I think, as the general human being, yes. Hi. Anyways, hi guys. Ilya or Islam? One of the most common questions. I go for Ilya, but the reality is 50-50. How can we call you? You can call me Diana, which is my name. Like Princess Diana. Do you like boxing or MMA? I like both. I try to watch both and I'm training boxing though. My main focus is on the boxing right now. Best trash talker in UFC. I don't know. I mean, Hadi's trash talk is hilarious, so maybe that is. You have a beautiful day. I'm off work. You have a beautiful day too. Boxing is I think it's just something that I specialize more. I train more, I'm more confident in. And if you would ask me to fight in MMA rules or boxing rules, I would choose boxing rules because this is where I'm fully confident. Is John Jones retired? I guess so. Last time I saw him drinking coconuts in Thailand, so. Are you gonna get slapped by Ilya? Most likely, yes. Okay, I think I'm finally down to the beginning of the chat. Okay, what is your nickname? Well, it's Red Hat. the YouTube is called Red Hat Diaries, so I guess that's my nickname. Who is your favorite fight? Mine is Fyodor Emelianenko or Bas Rutten. I like both. They both are legends. But Bas Rutten's personality is closer to me. I just love the guy. And, you know, with the times where he was using the... I even don't know how it's in English, but like with the... Instead of using your knuckles, the palm punches. That was crazy. Crazy times. You're cute. Thank you. What time is there? It is... Let me see. It's 12:41 p.m. I think Ilya gonna be the first 3 division champion. Maybe, but you have to be careful. There is quite a big difference between 155 and there is 175. I think there is no middle gap, so it is 20 pounds. And there it's like the risks of getting knocked out, getting just put on the ground and pressured like this, and potentially you even if he has enough power to knock those people in that division, it's still tricky. So the heavier you go, like comparing to your natural weight, the harder it gets. It might be possible, but it might be also harder. Who is the most handsome UFC fighter? I don't know. I don't know. Well, fake gingers. I'm actually, you can see my hair color is more like a light brown or ash color, something like that. But I'm a red hat at heart. What's your thoughts on the Canelo Alvarez head movement? Canelo is generally very well equipped boxer with it's Mexican style, but I think he is even more technical than just that. Make a video where you show all the moves and their names. Well, I had that idea and I'll try to make that happen. Bye, you're a good woman. Have a nice day, ma'am. God bless you. God bless you too. Have a nice day yourself. Back up, I'm not aware of what's going on in football. Like, I never watched football. I only know Georgian football the players that are getting better at playing in the football. So that's it. Can you show me some of your best moves? Are you professional? You have a beautiful smile. Thank you. Well, regarding the moves, I can show you, I think, a combo. See? Like a mistake. So, what I like is, bam, bam, bam. Like, for example, this. Something like that. You know, like everything that goes. So, not just like one-sided punches, you don't pull. Twists. Swing, all of that. I guess that's what I got now. I'm always happy to show some boxing movements. It's a cafe, so it's moving it all the time is a little bit Gabriel. Hi, Gabriel. Nice combo, thank you. Benavides is the best. Where did Chris go? I don't know. Getting ready for the day, I guess. Poirier is the best. Oh, he's great. Pound for pound, he seems to be the best at the moment. So good for him. Foxhound, can you give a shout out for me? Shout out for you. You're fast. That's one of the things I'm trying to work on. I want to be faster than my opponents on the ring. Speed is a key aspect of, I think, leading the boxing fight, especially when you're in the lighter weight categories, and especially in the amateur boxing when you just have 3 rounds, 3 minutes. You know what I mean? Yes, my style is like boxing because it is boxing. As I said, I can do some kicks, for example, if like, okay, I'll show you something and you judge it by yourself. So, like I said, like this, and do something like, you know, or just like a knee punch. But I don't like. I try to have kickboxing sparrings with kickboxers, and yeah, it's just not my thing when it comes to the sport. It's good to know how to throw a kick, but as I said, not when in the fighting rules. Like, that's just not for me. Do or die in the ring. That's right. Good form, smooth moves. Yeah, not kickboxing, sorry, it was Muay Thai element. So here there are quite a lot of Muay Thai fighters as well. And it's very common kickboxers and Muay Thai do both, what I noticed. So, but yeah, in Muay Thai you can use elbows and knees. In kickboxing you can only use kicks. Naruto is kickboxing, but Sasuke is boxing. Well, I watched this. So I'll tell you one guy. He's a legend, but not all people know him. It's Benny the Jet Urquidez. So I was watching his fight that he technically lost. That was the one fight recorded out of 200 something that he lost. And that fight, it's like a black and white. It was phenomenal. It was just the pieces, because I think it was 10 rounds or something like around that. But their technique was very much boxing, but adding up kicks as well, and like spinning back kicks and stuff. That was very good and very entertaining to watch too. But like his style, he wasn't just throwing long punches. He was doing like proper boxing, and I think it was Billy Jackson or Johnson. I forgot the name. Billy Jackson, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, but like that was the opponent he technically lost against, and that was a close fight. You know, it's like hard to say. I mean, he was knocked down there and he got exhausted by the end. So I would give it to Billy. But gosh, that was a fight, you know. So. Yo, hi Black Crow. Can anyone go to a championship just by learning boxing from YouTube? You can learn some basics on YouTube, but next stage would be to go to the good gym and start practicing together with others, and ideally even get the trainer. That's just a part of it, you know what I mean? His thoughts on Alex Pereira. I always misspell his name. I like Alex Pereira Poatan. He is great. He's been a great kickboxer. He's an Adesanya's rival. His trilogy was great. I'm sad to see both of them to be. He lost to Ankalaev, but he defended all takedowns, so we need to give that credit to him. But I think he just a good, very good, decent human being, and I would love to meet Alex Pereira. Can you beat me at boxing? Well, I don't know you. I don't know what's your. I would study you as an opponent if I had to. Okay. Vitaly is better than Vladimir. Which Vitaly and Vladimir are you talking about? Yeah, it would be a sin to punch such a beautiful face. Yeah, that's the thing. There are many. I've seen some pretty girls in boxing, and they're good boxers. They're good athletes, good sportswomen. But yeah, I think that's why it's good. Like, let's just leave women to fight women. Okay. It's hard to beat Ankalaev. I think he's gonna defend his title for a so long time. Yeah, that might be true. We'll see. Hi, Riza. Much love from Indonesia. Nice to meet you. Much love to you too. Jiri small Ankh into. That also can happen. Jiri, I think he's so interesting. Very unique fighter. I don't know how I ended up here, but it's nice. Fun to watch your replies. Can you make a video for very beginners boxing or any martial art? I definitely can do for very beginners for boxing. So definitely taking it as a note. Men shouldn't be worse than women. I think personal men are genetically stronger than women, so we should be humble and respect them. Yeah, that's highly appreciated. I mean, yes, as a man, you should know that you're physically stronger. So, what is the saying? Bullying and yeah, basically bullying the weaker than you is not a good thing to do in general, right? So why would you do that to anybody? To someone who is weaker than you, rather man or woman? And women are mostly, every woman physically going to be weaker than a physically strong and trained man, right? So I'm not saying there's strong women too. Being strong is not only physicality. So what I believe is when you practice things like martial arts, when you put yourself in a situation of the challenge and you develop relative strengths and you just get really physically stronger relative to your body, you also build the resilient mindset and mentality, right? So that thing goes for both men and women. People who are physically fit and well trained and skilled, they're going to be more likely to be in a stoic mentality, calmer, having a better control over their emotions and reactions. You know what I mean? So this is that works for both, and this is how usually people like that attract each other. You know, they just that's why we have communities. So we have sports communities, we have like different sports basically, and we have those communities where people with the same mindset, with the same resilience, they are just getting attracted to each other. Did you see Michelle Har and Andrea Bottas? No, I haven't. Show your shadow boxing. I will show in a bit. Should you learn boxing or kung fu karate for self-defense? I think boxing is better base. I mean, kung fu is a martial. It's a great. It's a martial art, but it's one of the older ones. So they're like for the self-defense, you should learn martial arts. They're constantly progressing and updating to the modern self-defense standards. Kickboxing, Muay Thai, wrestling, BJJ, boxing are the ones that you would want to pursue, I think. You got knocked out by Alex. That's also true. But you know, sometimes it's like, I mean, Volkanovski got knocked out by Ilya, but he won over, like, he's got his title back, and he won over a younger, promising fighter. So it's just like, you never know what happens in the mixed martial arts. Beautiful, great person. Thank you. Hi from India. Don't forget to punch that like button, everyone. Well, thanks. Vitaly Klitschko and Vladimir Klitschko. Klitschko brothers, yes. Vitaly and Vladimir. Honestly, okay, I'll be honest. I had the problem of confusing these two. To me, they're so lookalikes. Sometimes I would watch one or another, and I haven't seen many of their fights. Honestly, I need to delve into more of both. I will do that actually later on, but that's like I had a tendency to confuse their faces. Have I been knocked out? No, I have been knocked down. Do you like Tapuria? Yes. Who's next for Tapuria? Whoever is in top 5 of contenders. In the fun, Manda and Corey is near to each other. She looked much bigger than him. They both span weights. I mean, I'm not saying it's technically impossible, or if you're comparing like fight-wise, but as I said, it's still, there are certain things that just men are physically stronger, they have heavier bone density, they are more explosive usually. So there are certain things that in the self-defense, that's why women should understand that they would not want to get in the close contact, and it's rather way better to have a rifle, a gun, or if not that, a pepper spray or something. Or just, yes, obviously it's good to train martial arts as well, because in the case, BJJ is great for women, I think, because it actually teaches them to work from the ground in the worst possible position. And also train sprinting. Sprinting is also good, you know, you punch yourself, defend, you run. That's what you do. You don't want to do stupid heroic stuff. That's not how it works. Kung Fu is such a very good world. I'm Asian, the kind of that knows that Kung Fu is kind of Asian. Yes, it's Asian, that's true. So many comments again. Okay, the history will repeat as Conor beaten up by Khabib. Ilya will get the same treatment from Islam. Well, that maybe seem like that, but I don't think that Ilya is the same personality as McGregor, just because he liked him and he actually said that he doesn't respect his lifestyle anymore, and he kind of outgrown that. Just because he has the same tattoos and stuff, it doesn't make him with the same mentality. Ilya's mentality is iron right now, and he's building his legacy. He's hungry for the stuff, and he's being like, his team and him are being very smart. They're very methodical about what they're doing. And gosh, this power punch, I mean, it's not only genetics. I mean, he like that is a result of the very smart training planning. And I'm not saying it's impossible from Makachev to win, and that's why I'm saying that fight for me is 50-50, but it's 50-50 for a reason. So we'll see. Whoever's gonna be able to force their rules in the game, gonna win. I need some advice. Well, ask me. Well said. Sprinting is the best martial art. Yes. Next opponent may be Paddy Arman Gaethje. Yeah. We'll see. I mean, lately I haven't been liking what Arman been saying. I mean, he dodged the Islam, basically back pain, but he didn't make weight, and that's not what you do when you're meeting for the the championship, like for the belt. So yeah, we'll see. Paddy, I mean, Dana said that he doesn't want, like, that's non-negotiable for now. That fight shouldn't happen. I don't know. So I don't think Paddy's gonna be next. No way, this is MMA channel. No, it's not MMA channel. It's just my diaries, me training, mostly boxing and sprinting, and just, well, right now we're just having conversation and having some, sharing some insights on the general MMA, boxing and stuff. How did I come across this? I don't know. Ilya is a big fanboy of Conor. He maybe been at some point. I don't think he's anymore. Emirhan have strong voice. Who is it? What future fights? 1 point. Okay, Islam getting a title shot over Shavkat. Kinda makes me ill. So let me see. Check out Madalena, your opinion. I don't know. I want to see that fight. To me, Jack Della Maddalena is like something new. I haven't seen his past career that much, so I just want to look into it before, and I definitely gonna watch the Islam versus GDM. You like Charles Oliveira? Everyone likes Charles. I think he's a very great human being. I think he's a great champion. I think his story, where he came from, is great. So he's one of the people who is a people's champion. Win or lose, he's gonna be at people's heart. It's so beautiful. Thank you, Jack Della Maddalena. I just thought that Gary Boy and has been the lead rock. I love that how it's turning into an MMA discussion. I'm all for it. You're in the Philippines, hi. Did you get the 4,000 hour watch time? No, but I think I'm gonna get soon, because after I started streaming, my watch time got increased significantly. How you start your day, Diana? Jogging like David Goggins? Diana Goggins. No, I don't jog almost at all. I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but I'm trying to spare my knees, and for cardio purposes, for endurance, I do sprinting, interval cardio, I do every boxing related cardio, and for VO2 max, if you want to increase VO2 max, jogging is not only an option. You can do cycling, you can do swimming, as long as you do the like a polarized and pyramidic method or Norwegian method that combines those two. Those are the best endurance athletes now in the world. Like Norwegians are getting crazy at it. So if you follow those protocols, you also can work on the VO2 max. But it doesn't have to be running necessarily. I would even say comparing to cycling and swimming, long distance running is the less healthy. Okay. How many boys have you beaten? Ask how many boys have beaten me in the boxing. I'm joking. Whatever happens on the ring in the gym, it doesn't count as beating. Why do you join MMA? Well, I was, I think, 14, 15 years old, and I started getting interested in martial arts, and I moved to boxing, and yeah, I started watching UFC at that time, and this is how I got there. Do you think Conor and Jones gonna going to come back for White House? For White House, I think there is pretty high chances. You have a boyfriend, I have a husband. Nick Diaz win, Conor. Yeah, and I love Nick Diaz. I love both Diaz brothers. Favorite bantamweight. me rub. If I start boxing from today, just from home, what's your advice for me and very basic combo? Okay, let me show you. I think you also asked me to do the shadow boxing. So basically shadow boxing can be in pro. You can just do like a, in pro, just moving, like, like throwing punches, getting in the motion. Especially if you want to work more on the endurance. But if you want to just start from the beginning, I would just recommend to stand in front of the mirror and get into the stance and work on single punches first, jab, what you want to do. And only straight punches for the beginning, jab. So you see how I shift my weight on my right leg? So you see, this is how, so I don't go forward, I do this is how you want to do the boxing. And I think even in martial arts, you just want to get in the right position where you are able to do this. And then you do right. So this is how you do. 1, 2. 1, 2. You can do straight, you can also do 1, 2 with slight leans. Just look at yourself, try to build that up, and then you can progress from here. Think about what about VC versus Aspinall. Well, I'm not sure about this one. I mean, Aspinall is younger and he's great, but Gano is definitely tough, very tough. No, I'm not a southpaw. It's just the camera flipping it. So I'm classic stance. How to do a perfect hook? Well, just make sure you do the same body rotation when you throw the hook. Let's say we do left hook, and I mean, I've been taught to do it that way, but then essentially I found it way better in the different positions. Just make sure your elbow is at the moderate height. Depends what you want to do. It can be slightly lower, slightly up, but if you go too low, that's an uppercut. So I'm from Georgia. Hasbullah said he will smoke Ilya. What's your take? Hasbullah gonna win for sure. She's looking like a kickboxer. Well, I'm not, but thank you. Show your hand tattoo. That's my hand tattoo. I don't have OnlyFans, just for you guys to know. I'm not planning, I'm not here for that, okay? What's your thoughts on AI? I think we should start really integrate with AI. So I already use AI for many purposes. I really research and ask information and build a script for some YouTube videos. I use it for multiple purposes. And yeah, the earlier you start getting integrated with AI and have like the symbiotic type of relationship, the better it is, because it's even scary to imagine if it evolves to the point that they're gonna like not gonna need us anymore. You never know where it goes, right? So let's just try to be friendly with AI. Yeah, I know it's getting delayed. That's American hook. Yes, Mexicans also throw hooks like that. Fine. But I think strength also matters. Absolutely. You have to train strength separately, and then you have to transfer it to your technique and to your power punch. That's what I think. Just scrolling back. I'm scrolling down. I don't know. Thanks so much, Diana. I will be in contact with you through your live streams. I'm gonna start practicing. I'm very glad to hear that. You go ahead and just do it, you know. Dominic Reyes got dropped against Jones. That was an extremely close fight. Maybe it wasn't close enough, you know, for someone like, okay, when you're a champion, they're gonna try to, if it's like a close fight, and even if you technically win, they're not gonna strike the champion, right? But I agree. I agree. Dominic Reyes was like Jones had a hard time with him. What do you think? Can you beat a man half of your age? I sung. Well, someone half of my age basically is a child, so I wouldn't beat a child, that's for sure. No, thank you. And as I said, I think potentially anyone who's practicing martial arts or a sport for years, they're capable of defending themselves, but it's also the more important for the self-defense, or even like having that kind of fight, is self-awareness, okay? Be self-aware. What's the pyramid about cardio talk? So there is, just check the polarized and pyramidic methods. It's endurance. It's a protocols for endurance athletes. But basically, then you also search Norwegian method, and it is like a combination of these two. Norwegian method is because they are now they upgraded this protocol, and they have one of the best endurance athletes. And I forgot the name of this triathlon athlete who ran Ironman like 6 hours when David Goggins ran in 11 hours. You know, like you see the difference, right? So I forgot his name, but he has highest to recorded VO2 max. John Jones will destroy Tom Aspinall. Well, he better prove that. Hamza Chimaev win all fighter. Oh, he's gonna win all over a lot of fighters. Cardio, he said, push yourself to the limit where you are comfortable on an uncomfortable zone. Well, that's part of the training, but like the program that I'm saying for the VO2 max, it is it's different types of cardio. If you just want to build your lung capacity, that's going to be helpful for any type of sport, including mixed martial arts. You just do, it's 80% light work. It's like a zone 1 when you basically can talk, and very easy. And then the 20% is split between zone 3 and zone 4, I think. And this is the ones that are like, you know, get comfortable and uncomfortable. But when you do just interval, in the Norwegian method, they actually have 4x4 exercise, which is basically, it's 4 minutes of like zone 4 or zone 5, something like very high intensity. You can do it running, cycling, swimming, but I think the cycling and running work the best. And you can do it on treadmill, so you do that way, 4 minutes, then you have 3 minutes cool down, you just keep walking, and you do basically that 4 times. That's good exercise for what Colby said regarding that. But as I said, there are combined methods. If you still do the martial arts, even if you do VO2 max training, which is beneficial, you still have to focus more on, make your body get used to interval speed ups and cardios, because that's what it would do. You would do like a pacing, then you would do explosive punches, interaction with the opponent, and then you take 5 seconds rest, then you would do again, you know. So that's what you would want to transfer the VO2 max training more to the fighting contest as well. If Jake Paul lands the overhand on Canelo, he's knocking the bricks out of him. Well, that's the thing. Jake Paul, what I've seen him doing on pads and like his boxing training, he actually has a good stance and stuff, but the guy just is not a fighter. He's not a warrior. You know what I mean? If he would just, you know, try to get like everyone else into real boxing and actually fight the real people. Maybe he will do it at some point, but right now he's just fighting like rather old people, or hopefully he's not gonna fight women. Dracus Duplessis by a spinning back for a submission. Well, possibly. Do you have a fight soon? No, I don't have a fight soon. My real fight would be, apart from the like some friendly sparrings, would be Georgia National Championship. That's where I'm aiming. But we'll see how it goes, because we're traveling a lot and I need to find out what I think it's going to be next year. Have you seen fish stables in your supermarket? I don't know what is fish stables. Do you think Kyla Harrison on steroids? She looks jacked. Is it possible without steroids? Well, I'm gonna say something. I think most of the mixed martial arts are on steroids. They just even the doping control is way more strict than it used to be. But it's kind of, if few people in the division, for example, do that, you kind of have to start doing that, because you don't have a chance otherwise. So the doping issue is quite complex, and it's quite a shady area. You know, no one wants to talk about it that way. No one wants to be caught. I'm not saying everyone is on the doping, and I cannot even tell you who was or who, unless they were caught on the test. Okay, I'm just saying that it's quite a shady topic. Canelo has never been dropped or hurt in his life. No, yeah, I don't remember that happening. My record, as I mentioned before, I don't have a big record. I had probably had some five fights in the amateur boxing in the IBA journal, but that's it. Yeah, I mean, it's like, as I said, I have not done way too much fighting. Officially, I did a lot of open ring sparrings and open ring fights, but nothing official. Adi or Tapuria? Tapuria. I'm from Georgia, the country. Okay, this guy is literally saying, "Hi, my beautiful lady, my future wife. It's good that she doesn't know a Russian." Well, tell him that I'm fluent in Russian. Why do you think she's on steroids? She just boxed. You mean Kyla? Well, her body, like her body composition now shows that most likely yes. But it's like, again, they cannot afford just being on a constant cycle. They might do this like a mini cycles and then try to clean up ASAP so the test doesn't show. You know what I mean? So it's also not being a full time on the steroids. It might be having a cycle and then cleaning up. They get the test that you go. Exactly, they get tested. It's way more strict than it used to be before. Mr. Beast chocolate? No, I never checked. I'll look into it. Yeah, I'll go just a little bit. Okay, there's a few more. They will win the second fight versus Kazakhstan. You mean better BF? Have you been to Azerbaijan? No, actually, even though it's a neighboring country. Why is your hair different color from your eyebrows? Because maybe my hair is colored. Kazakhstan, it's have a good fighter. Yes, they have good fighters. He's Ranger in the Ranger squad. Still talking about Kyla. You feel lonely, so you hit random people online. No, I don't feel lonely. I'm just here to share good messages and just have a conversation. Just saw your videos, really clean form, awesome, keep it up. Thank you very much, Ruben. Have you tried the B-Ball's in and out footwear? That is so tiring. I don't know how he does it for 12 rounds. Well, because he built up his style around that. It's very efficient. You just train towards it. And honestly, most post-Soviet boxing styles, that is quite common. Just in and out, you know? Though it's not easy to do. It's something that you definitely have to train. Hello, Jorge? Redhead, colored or natural? Colored, but redhead at heart. What's my profession? I'm a personal trainer. Currently I work online. I'm self-employed, and apart from personal training, I do consulting on the lifestyle optimization, sleep, dieting, implementing healthy habits into the lifestyle. Have you tried to build? Okay, that was the question. How are you? I'm great. How are you? Just making sure that I'm now on the top. Yeah, that should be fine. You're great. It's good to hear. Where are you originally from? I'm from Georgia, the country. What's your plan for today? My plan for today is basically I'm just gonna keep streaming and having conversations with you guys, and then I'm gonna take some time off, and later on there is karaoke nights that I'm also gonna stream. Kali is so far above her division that division has no proper talent to challenge her. That happens sometimes with like women's MMA and in the UFC especially. In the UFC I would say, because in the Asia I think there are way more female fighters and challengers. Like one championship, also way more entertaining female fighting scene. But in UFC, yeah, that's what I noticed happens. And Kyla is definitely amazing. I think she's also sweet. I think she's lovely, and when people bully her for looking like a man and stuff, I mean, yes, she's a mixed martial artist. She's an athlete, you know, but she's very sweet, I think. And I like their interaction with the Amanda. Amanda was also revolutionary for her time, so we would see how would she prepare to come back, and definitely would love to watch Kyla versus Amanda. Is this a hotel, Diana? No, it's a coffee shop. I'll show you. So it's very nice coffee shop / co-working space. It's very nice here. Nice to meet you. God protect you. You are a good fighter. Thank you. God protect you too. I'm a dark red hair. Day walker. You like Khabib? Generally, I respect Khabib. I think he's. There are certain things I might not agree, but he's a solid fighter. He's at his top 2 years, he's been very disciplined, quite humble. So Zero Gain Wood Smash Aspinall Club. Would look at that. Do you have a stage fear or used to have? Well, I used to have many fears when I was younger. When I was more like up until I was a teenager. But then I outgrew all of it. I'm pretty much comfortable on stage right now and talking with people. Hi from France. Hello. Let's see your shape. Stand up and let's see. Well, I won't at the moment. Maybe when someone's gonna ask me to do shadow boxing and show some punches. Looks like a golf lesson. That's definitely right. Yeah, I mean, as I said, there is doping control, meaning that fighters cannot be on the steroids constantly like bodybuilders do, for example, or the CrossFitters do. So they have to cycle it in and out. And that is not the easy thing to do to your body as well. Well, 170 is way too heavy, I think. So I'm not sure about the Ilya triple champ thing. You never know, but I'm just saying, I'm judging completely from the physical aspects that are just there. 155, Ilya has absolutely chances to do it. I think it's 50-50. Is Arman Tsarukian Georgian or a refugee mongrel? He's Armenian originally, but he was born in Georgia in Akhaltsikhe. That's the city in Georgia. So that's so far as I remember. I even think that he might know some Georgian. I never heard him talking Georgian, but do you do karaoke every night? No, it's this week it's gonna be 3 times total, but usually it's 2 times a week. What's the meaning of "ze" at the end of Georgian names? It's just there are different surnames. There's some ending which is Shvili. Shvili, like Merab Shvili. Shvili is a child, basically. There is even surname Merabishvili, like literal Merab's name and Merabishvili. So maybe someone somewhere was, someone's child, and that's how the surname was created. Ze is also Ze is a son. So I think it was the same idea. So someone's son or something's son or someone coming from there, and that's how different surnames in Georgian are made up. Though it's like doesn't make that more sense anymore because it's not just the father's name and the thing and the ending anymore. It's just how it used to be way before, I think, and now we just have surnames like this as a result. Topuria's case, Ia is the ending for, it doesn't mean anything, it's just the ending for specifically from the region of Megrelia in Georgia. So Megrelians have Topuria. That's the very common Megrelian surname. There are quite a lot of Topurias in Georgia. No, I don't have plans to go to UFC. Not as a fighter, at the very least. Vela Katweli Gogo Shensavit Lamazia. That's a Georgian question. A question in Georgia. Vela Gogo Shensavit Lamazia. Very Gogo Sakartolo Shilamazi. I said that many. He asked about, are all Georgian girls that beautiful? And I said there are many Georgian girls that are beautiful. No, it's not natural. I'm more like just a light ash hair color, but it just looks good on me. What do you like about Habib? Maybe mostly discipline. Discipline is the main thing I like, and I don't remember him being a trash talker. I don't like. Personally, that's not my favorite. I mean, despite liking some of the people who are also trash talking, liking the fight styles, I like as a whole personality. I prefer people like Fyodor Emelianenko, like Charles, like Merab. Merab is being goofy sometimes, but he never insults anyone and he never downgrades anyone's fighting. Same as Habib, I guess. You're from UK? No, I'm from Georgia. Also, GDM's footwork is a lot. I don't think Ilya will catch him easy. Well, GDM is also quite big for, as I said, like GDM, Ilya, I don't think it would be stupid for me for him to move up that fast there. Like, okay, if he just moved to the lightweight and didn't clean up the previous division, that's okay. But now I think he should stay in the lightweight and just keep dominating there for now. When did you last diet? I think a couple months ago. I don't like to diet way too often. Prime Mike Tyson, Prime Mike Tyson, Prime Mike Tyson, always. Prime Mike Tyson was a beast. That was like a human animal. You have to, like, sometimes we have to go and rewatch his fights because he was destroying and he was scary. Like, he was scary. Can you pronounce Merab Dvalishvili name? Americans pronounce differently. They always mispronounce it. Like, I always laugh my ass when they say Davalishvili, but it's Dvalishvili. It's like Merab having a video that, okay, let me just teach you how to pronounce the name. It's not Davalish, it's Dvalishvili. Which country do you most recommend to the region of Georgia? Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan. I mean, all countries worth to visit, absolutely. When it comes to Georgia, definitely go to the north of Georgia and the mountains. Like Svanetia, Racha, it's very beautiful. Central Georgia is amazing. And we also have a coast on the Black Sea. So yeah, those places are worth to see. And Tbilisi, capital, where I'm from, that is the capital city. So I think you would like it. Well, I'm open for potential collaborations, but not at the moment. Ilya is nothing in front of Islam Makhachev, Russian fighters. Well, I mean, people forget that it's not about specifically Russian fighters. It's about the Soviet school and the post-Soviet countries that have Ukrainians, Russians, Kazakhstans, Kyrgyzstans, Tajikistans, Georgians, Armenians, Azerbaijanis all have tough fighters. Some of them are more known, some of them are less known. So you cannot downgrade just because you know Russia or some Russian fighters, or you're just fan of the Russian fighters. Don't downgrade the other ones who are as tough as they are, at the very least. How is weather today? It's amazing, very hot and very sunny. Can you understand British English? I can, but it depends how far it goes. You know, sometimes some Irish and Scottish start talking within each other, or like that. I think even British don't understand, like generic British don't understand what they're talking about. Mike Tyson left hook to the body, left uppercut combo guaranteed success. Yes, left hook is generally one of the, statistically, the most commonly, like, people knock out with the left hook because the rotation. So it would be like 1, 2, and the third one after a certain position. Doesn't matter if it's a body shot or the head shot. And Tyson, like, his peekaboo style is also something that I don't think anyone ever replicated the style the way he did. He never standed in the conventional boxing style. He was always half frontal, almost fully frontal, and it was a lot of pickable, a lot of, like, his footwork was more like a cross beer footwork than a classic one-sided stance. Charles Sonnen has the best pronunciation. I love the guy. Irish English is the hardest. Yeah, it is. It's good for, yes, exactly. I'll read it out loud. Ilya told on a Joe Rogan podcast he usually wants to go to body first and then go for the head. He proved it's good in his fights. It's good for other fighters too. Well, especially when you have heavy shots, it's very underestimated how it gets impact on your stomach, you know, on your liver and ribs. It's not pleasant at all, and sometimes plays a huge distraction because when you get there, you just drop your guard, and then it just opens the room for leaving another punch. That's why I love combos, stomach, face too. I'm trying to work on the similar combos for myself as well. Do you have any fight videos? I don't think there are any anymore. Like, I tried to look myself the other day and I didn't find it. So, but I hope I will have soon. I'll start, as I said, once I'm gonna do my first proper sparring. It's not gonna be competition, but just to test myself for if I'm ready for the competition, I would do like a fight sparring with someone who agrees to do that with me. And I will definitely restart recording those things, so at the very least I can share that on my YouTube, if nothing. Before joining gym or start boxing, should we be able to run 10 minutes, 100 push-ups, 100 squats? It's like a one punch man training. No, it's not that. No, just go and start training there. 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 50 pull-ups is just the unnecessarily generated fatigue for your muscles. If you really want to build strength, this is not how you train. The training protocols for the strength development changed over years. What you would want to, you would actually want to do under 5 reps maximum, but you would want to have an impact that it is impossible for you to do more than 5. So if you need to get extra weight for that, do extra weight for that. Scottish accent is the worst. I'm kinda used to Irish accent now because of Connor. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I meet some Scottish and Irish. Hard to say which is worse. It depends. They also sometimes try to move to a little bit more generic English, British English, and it's more. They make it more understanding for you. You know, if they know that you're not from there. But once they start talking within each other, gosh, you're like, just you cannot make sense out of it. Okay, is it back? Seems like. Yes, it's back. Okay, let me just put it on the thing again. Alright, anyways, I'm back. Well, everyone's left, but I hope they're gonna come back. Okay, just let me know if I'm back to the stream, if you can hear me. Well, okay, now I can at least. Okay, hi. Great. All right, good to hear. Yeah, there was some connection issues that wasn't related necessarily to the Wi-Fi or anything like that, so I just had to come out and go back to streaming. No, I'm on the Wi-Fi, which is quite strong. It usually doesn't have problems, but you know, it always happens something. Please teach me boxing. If you want to learn a little bit of boxing, I actually have some explanatory videos on my channel, so you can check it out. And if you want me to make a specific video, I also can consider that too. How long have you been into sports? That's been a long time. My martial arts interest, like in practice, started when I was 14, 15 years old. I started from karate, Goju-ryu, then I moved to boxing in a year, and since then I trained boxing as my main style, though I met a lot of people in the community and we're just inviting each other to each other's gyms, and we're teaching each other different styles. So I've been practicing wrestling, a little bit of BJJ, kickboxing, a little bit of MMA, and some submission moves. So that's what I've been doing throughout the years. But as I said, the boxing always been the main focus. Also, I started doing sprinting like a year ago, and that really contributed in my boxing abilities as well. So currently I'm not doing it that much, but when I'm back to Georgia, or even before when I'm in the Kuwait, this is when I'm gonna try to do it. Did you see spelling mistake? The mistake I made, I didn't, but that's okay, I'll fix it later. He's doing like a drinking coffee, like espresso drinking. I think it's just some referred to some Spanish thing. What about your career next? At the moment, I'm building my YouTube. I'm sharing my trainings. I'm sharing some pointers. I just want to build my channel all around the community, and that's what I'm doing at the moment. As a journey arc, I was doing sprinting, and my goal was to do 100 meters sub 12 seconds, which is still my goal. I'm gonna do that regardless. And yeah, essentially now I switched more to the boxing, so potentially I would start competing again in amateur boxing, and of course I would share all of that on my channel. Tiffany, hi. Georgia, along with the small population, has 2 UFC champions. That's the secret, I think. Georgia government is very supportive. I mean, they are supportive. They are way too supportive, I think. There is a tendency of the sportsmen and athletes with a good careers getting into politics, and that's been encouraged without the proper education in that field. So, but in general, I would say Georgians are all about the sport. So sports like judo, wrestling, rugby, and now as an upcoming sport is MMA, boxing, and football as well. So I think Georgians are quite strong genetically and have a good genetical foundation for any type of training and any type of sports, especially when it's the strength sport. Also weightlifting, I forgot about this one. We have a strong weightlifters. I'm wrestling as well. I'm wrestling. A lot of Georgians are great arm wrestlers. We're strong ones. So yeah, Georgia is quite a country of that produces quite strong people. I hope you will get monetized in a week. All best, and my congrats in earlier. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Hopefully it gets there soon, but there is no rush. Your ear is broken. Does a strong blow damage the ear? Yeah, no, my ears are not broken. As I said, I didn't do that much wrestling, so because they usually break it because of, even on the training when they just do some wrestling match. This is a very common thing. I have my nose septum shifted slightly because I've been hit in the nose. A couple times at heart by my friend and sparring partner, Anna. But yeah, that's how it is. Okay, just give me a second. I'm gonna get another coconut. Okay, I'm just trying to put my phone in charge. Try to move the table. I want to drop this one. Okay, I think that should work now. Okay, that's nice. Okay. You have gained 50 more subscribers since you started streaming. Yes, I mean, it's yesterday. It's been quite fascinating, and we did a little research, and it's actually not a very common thing. But through the streams, so first stream, just stretching and pain relief, was almost 10,000 views, like 9,000 point something. And it was already 65 extra followers from there. And then the karaoke night had like 54,000 views total and 100 and almost 200 extra subscribers. So that's quite big. I love all grappling, judo, sambo, Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Yeah, I love too. I think I tried it and I think I was naturally good at it. Obviously it takes the practice, but if I pursued it, I think I would be good at it. My favorite would be more wrestling or Brazilian jiu-jitsu and grappling in general. Judo, we have a quite strong judo team in Georgia. We actually have a female team is also very strong. Eter Liparteliani, whoever's watching judo, she just won the gold on the, I think it was the World Championships. And yeah, those ladies are great. Can you show some defensive moves? Okay, let me just unplug this for a second and I'll try to do that, okay? Okay, let me show you quickly. Okay, so as much as you can go forward, you want to be able to back off like this, right? So I do 1, 2, 3. Basically, I go like across the page. 1, 2, 3. You can do both ways. Like depends how it works for you. We can do jab, jab, jab. You know. And then obviously you would want to 1, 2, 3, and you would want to move from the punching line at all. So yeah, there are good ways how to do that. It generally takes some practice with the footwork. Okay, let me see my. Can you show some defense moves? Okay, we've been there. It's dropped. The smile makes me like boxing. Well, thank you for that. Where are you? Show please. Okay, give me a second. So this is where I am. It's a Leo Arabica. Thank you. So they just got me another coconut. It's a very nice coffee shop place. It's quite lovely here. Hi. What caused the sudden spike? I don't know. Honestly, I have no idea. $100 kg bench at 14, any good? That is great. I think 100 kg, even if it's just your 1 rep max, is great. So just be careful with. I hope it's all controlled, because it depends how you push the weight. You know, if you can hold it eccentrically, control it on the way down, push, and if it's one rep max down that way, that's good. Always make sure that you have an assistance and you have someone helping you from the supporting you on the bench for the safety reasons. Okay. Well, the thing is, if I just move to the WhatsApp, it's gonna turn off. So that's why I don't do that. But please share. Okay, based on the screenshots you provided, here's the expert analysis of your streaming for karaoke nights. Okay, there's just analysis Chris sent me. But basically, if you can write it down shortly in the chat, I would appreciate it. About 10K now. Wow, that's awesome. The guy sitting behind when you show your boxing moves looked surprised at first. Yes. Well, it's not that common when just someone, not even girl, just someone starts randomly doing some boxing moves. It's not very common. Are people in the coffee shop watching your live stream? I don't think so, though. People from karaoke night, they were curious and they asked my YouTube, and then they were watching and commenting and having a lot of fun with it. Oh, hi Dad. Ma, rogor khar. Rogor khar, ma, rogor khar. My father says hi. Are you Georgian? Yes, I am Georgian. That was a Georgian language. That yes, I said that. Dad, it's you in Georgian. I love coconuts. it's a heavenly taste. It's like I said it first time when I tried it. I don't know if you would believe in God. This is one of the one of the proofs that the God exists, because I mean it's so good and it's completely natural. Imagine having something growing on the tree, you break it and it has that juice. I mean, isn't that where Mirab Dolishvili is from? Yes, that's true. I love Georgian. I think it's a special table. Can you show? I mean, I can. Just give me a second. It's just a wood table. It's like a piece of wood like this. Very interesting designs here. I personally do love the wood. And I love the wood in the interior, so that's one of the reasons I like this place here. Jean Charles Garnier, is that him? I don't know who's that. Everyone loves fresh coconut. Electrolytes, exactly. That's true. High in potassium. Hi there. I've been thinking of traveling around Europe. Do you recommend Georgia? Is it safe? I absolutely recommend Georgia. In the streets, I think it's way safer than a lot of other European countries. That's what people from Europe have been telling me. At least Tbilisi, the capital, especially the central area, it is reasonably safe. Nowadays, now it's a little bit political situations, like basically pro-Westerns versus pro-Russians sort of thing, but it doesn't really affect foreigners as far as I know, because that has been happening for the last year now and people still travel. And when it comes to just seeing nature and going to different touristy places, certain destinations, it's a great place to travel. Especially mountains, Georgian mountains. You can just Google and see how it looks. It looks like from another world. You're about 10K. Is it watch hours? No, it's the views for this stream so far as I understand it. For channel with 1,680 subscribers, these views numbers are exceptionally high. It's common for new streaming channels to have live replay views that are only small fraction in the subscribers. Okay. Any other neighboring countries except Armenia around Georgia? It's Turkey. We're neighboring with Turkey from the southwest, and north is entirely Russia, but it's parts of Russia. So part is Pakistan, part is Chechnya, and Kabardino-Balkaria. But it's like all the Caucasus mountain region. Do you like wine? Georgia has a long tradition of winemaking. Rina, thank you for mentioning it. That's true. Georgia has a very, I think it goes way to 8,000 years ago, when wasn't even a country yet, but that was the tribal environment. And they're around around that amount, 8,000. Different breeds of the wine. So there are different wines. There's white wine, red wine, amber wine, and it's just the colors. They're like, I'm not very good at wines. I'm not really good at alcohol at all. And out of all alcohol, wine is something that I can drink, and my favorite is semi-sweet. And Georgian has all sorts of wines, so they definitely have a group of the semi-sweet, both white and red wines. That's what AI tells us. That's true. The statistics on my channel, I mean, that's quite a good news. Are you often alone? No, I'm not. I have a husband. I didn't know that angels could box. Well, we have to. Is it a raw coconut or anything mixed for a taste? No, it's just a raw coconut. Sometimes they, in some places, they try to add sugar, but you can taste it. The coconut drink itself is very sweet and refreshing, so yeah, I don't like when they add sugar, and in some places you have to specify that you don't want sugar. Good morning from Barcelona, beautiful girl. What's your name? I'm from Georgia. Hi to Barcelona from Vietnam, Nha Trang, but originally I'm Georgian from Tbilisi. If you were famous, what would you like to be famous for? Well, I definitely would be. Okay, let me share something with you. I'm a little bit overwhelmed and concerned of the idea of being famous. I'd rather be not that famous and build my audience in a slower quality way than just get famous over something stupid or something inappropriate. But if I become famous and known, I want to be known for something good, for sharing some value in the world, or teaching something, or setting a good example for some people, and sharing my community, not only me, but the people I've been friends with, and I've been training with and stuff, you know what I mean? And, you know, to teach you and to show you more about my country as well. Those sort of things, you know. I'm not interested in doing anything, I don't know, inappropriate, short-term. Like, reputation and legacy is very important things. Not everyone builds legacy at the level of Ilya Topuria or John Jones or, like, you know, some famous people. But your legacy is your family, your kids, your children, your community you create around yourself, and you're getting involved with. That's the legacy, and then you build that reputation. So this is what I'm trying to pursue. When you get 1 million subscribers, then you will have to pay me for moderation. Well, definitely when I'm at that point, I'm gonna need a team, so we could discuss those things. But so far, I appreciate your help. Chris saying, your content is being strongly promoted by YouTube algorithm, especially through shorts and vertical feeds. Yes, that's what AI told us. How long have you been in Vietnam? When will you return to Georgia for training, Diana? I've been in Vietnam, we've been in Vietnam since November 2024. It's almost 7 months already. And I've been training here. We are training here when it comes to boxing at least, and just doing that type of training. I didn't stop. I think I even got better. When it comes to sprinting, I sprinted before in the beginning. I had an access to the local stadium where I was just entering, just no problem. But apparently they close it off, and then they ask me for unreasonable fee for it per hour and stuff. So I cut off that option, and then I trained at a certain area where it's just like concrete and asphalt, but it's very far, like quite far from here. So at the moment I'm focusing more on boxing, and we're here till 27th of August, I think. No, that's the visa. That's the visa. Working is until that time, and the plan is to go to Kuwait. I'm not sure how to pronounce it in English correctly. Kuwait, I think. We have friends there, and we might do some very, very interesting things there too. I'll try to get a hold of the track there. The months we're gonna stay there, I'll try to start training there in sprinting as well. But if I'm not gonna be able to do that, I'll just restart my sprint training, specifically sprint training back in Georgia. Was the necklace gold? No, it's just iron. Upload some shorts on TikTok and see what happens. I'll consider it, though I just myself, TikTok is the least appealing platform to me. I mean, that's why I haven't been too pursuing on TikTok. But as I said, kill your darlings and do what needs to be done. So I'll definitely look into it and see what is possible to do. Trying to charge my phone now a little bit. Okay, here we go. Yeah, exactly. Coconut in Vietnam reminds me of John Jones with coconut in Thailand. That's what I was saying. I mean, I kind of understand the guy. He's like just living his best life. He's like probably tired of fighting. Also didn't want to ruin his legacy, just losing and retiring after that. So he would rather probably prefer to leave some room for speculations, but kind of officially be undefeated still. That's I guess what he decided to do. TikTok is banned in India, but I use VPN for uploading. Okay, gotcha. What up, girl? What's good? Everything's good. Life is good. Everything is good. Champ with the loser's mentality. He can fight though. Well, mentality changes. A lot of things promote that. Like he wouldn't, if he had loser's mentality, he wouldn't get to where he is. Maybe not where he is, but where he was, defending your title 17 times, even maybe last fights were like once in a year or 2 years. I understand that it became more rare. He became too protected by UFC, but still, like his legacy, you cannot break the legacy when he did what he did in his prime years. That's what people tend to forget sometimes. We'll see. I mean, I think Canelo, I just like him. I've just been following him for a very long time, so might be wrong. Some noise in the background, that was just the coffee grinder, and I didn't find my microphone today, so that's why fortunately we managed to do the stream. We're still managing, but it does not kill the sound completely. Did you consider anyone in the GOAT status who takes Pat's GOAT? Well, that was the topic before, that I think despite UFC specifically being a little more strict about it in the recent years, so with all the doping control and stuffing, it stops athletes from being on pads all the time, like bodybuilders and crossfitters would do, but it doesn't stop them from doing cycling in and cycling out. And basically, there are many more fighters that do that. It's just some of them didn't get caught. And I'm not like, I just want to say the way that it's not exactly how to say. That's quite a gray and like maybe shady area of the sport. And not only in the mixed martial arts, I think even the Olympics as well. And like just general sports. Even though the necklace wasn't gold, the girl wearing it was gold. Well, it's sweet words, thank you. I love to hear a little background noise. It's like a white noise. Calms down. But yeah, anyways. So yeah, speaking of the goats, I mean, also steroids, the misconception about steroids is that it really can enhance your performance. But if it's still work, you know what I mean? It is still work. And it is still a big pressure and competition. And don't get me wrong, I'm not excusing it. I wish there was no steroids and doping at all. But unfortunately, just if one uses it and another person starts using it and they get away with it, and third one, everyone's gonna do it because they're just not gonna have a chance against the other ones, right? Hi, Ruslan. Let me double check something. It is a restaurant, what do you expect? Yes, it is well, it's not a restaurant, it's just a coffee shop. They'll have food here. But you know, feel free to ask some other questions as well if you're willing to. Well, Dustin won against Holloway 2 times already. So that triology is not exactly matching anyways. So yeah, we'll see. Most likely Dustin. You can ask some questions to your viewers. Oh, that's true. Let me think. Okay, it's a psychological question. What was the biggest fear in your earlier years and that you managed to overcome and work through? And how did you do that? Did you get the question? That's a hard one, I know. Stage fear, like standing on the stage and performing or talking in front of people. And how did you overcome it? Well, in the meantime, I can tell you one of my biggest fears. I had a lot, actually I had quite a few. I was afraid of water, afraid of darkness, afraid of insects and stuff like that. Well, I still have an ick for some cockroaches here, but you know, I'm talking about like everything, like spiders, like literally everything. I was afraid to stand up for myself. You know, I was quite a nice kid, and I didn't like conflicts or anything, but to survive in this life, you have to be able to stand up for yourself and protect yourself. And I just started, at some point, I was like, I want to be strong, you know, I want to be able to do those things. I want to be able to face struggles and push through. And I just started doing everything that I thought would work for that. And well, I think that so far it worked. I'm still working on myself. I'm still managing. At some point, I understood that fear, even if you overcome it to a certain extent, it tends to come back sometimes. You know, at the certain stages of your life, some things can repeat. So it's about not erasing it, but moderating it, and always be ready to face it over and over and over again. Vlogging in a public place, yeah, gotcha. I would never do that before. A few years ago, no, never would. Is that an insect on the background wall? Aha, good try. But as I said, I'm all good. Well, if you're really asking for it, no, I think it's just a brunch. Yeah, that's just a brunch. Gold in your hair, the gold in your stuff is a rare find. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it too. Exposure therapy helps. Well, tell me more about exposure therapy. What do you mean saying that? When is your next fight? Well, it wouldn't be even my next fight. It would be my debut back in boxing, and that would be in the National Championships of Georgia for the amateur boxing, which probably going to be next year. In the meantime, I'm willing to do sparrings, and I definitely can share with you guys a sparring fight session with someone, and I would make a video about it, or maybe even live stream it. Yeah, I know you were kidding. Hi, beautiful. Thank you. No, I'm not Russian, I'm Georgian. Georgian. Hey, redhead. No need to face your fear regularly. I mean, you shouldn't live like a David Goggins necessarily, doing that every day. But it's good to do it in occasion, just to keep it in check. This card, yeah, please respond to my husband. That's some technical aspects that we might need tips on. I couldn't even sing karaoke with my family last night. Karaoke is not something you should be scared of. Like, I mean, if karaoke environment is not comfortable enough for you to just sing however you can, that's the wrong karaoke place. Hello from Ukraine, be strong. You be strong too. Yo, Chris, need help with Discord? Yeah, just have a chat over there. Don't spar with Ilya. I saw some footage of him fighting hard on people in sparring. Well, that's what he said on Joe Rogan. He's just stopped doing sparrings, but that wasn't because of him. He just was hurting other people, and he just realized that he cannot do that anymore, and he stopped doing that. Because before it was about proving things, and you know, I understand him, because it's like some things you don't control. It's just a drive leading you. But when you get more experience, you realize that's not how it works. John Jones was also like, he doesn't spar heavy at all, for his own health as well. And that's what, like, I wouldn't do regular heavy sparring sessions at all. I would do like a technical sparrings, you know, just to do certain tasks, develop and progress in certain things. and that will be maybe one heavy like a fight imitated sparring before a competition, because I would want to see where I'm at, like just 3 rounds, 3 minutes, like in amateur boxing, and that I would also share. That's what I meant. Streaming for a fight is gonna be awesome. The Road of Warrior. Yeah, like I mean, we all are people. We all are, to a certain extent, we all are warriors in our life. You know, we're trying to just find a way in this life, and we try to fight. And especially people who are training and can relate to that, to martial art training and boxing training. And even if I never pursue it too far in professional field, and I just do like a little bit of amateur boxing level, I still gonna willing to show you. You know, it's because it's a part of my journey. So I agree with you. Streaming is a good idea, I guess. I just got braces. They're not fun. Yeah, they're not. I just got used to them, and you know, you always have to make sure you don't have anything stuck in them. Your hair looks absolutely gorgeous. Thank you. Gotta go, Diana. I will be back probably on next stream. Bye. Nice to meet you. Good luck. Have a good day. Have a good day. Enjoy yourself. Hungary. No, not Hungary. Georgia. Good morning. Hi there. Good morning to you too. But yeah, guys, it's really nice to talk to you. Oh, hi. I think Biwo is a skilled, heterogeneous fighter, able to display different fighting styles in order to dominate his opponents. What do you think? I'm exaggerating to you? No, I don't think so. He has a great distance control. You know, some people say, oh, his style is like not working or something. No, but he does, if it makes it work, that it's working. And that's a good thing. If there is something that works for you, doesn't work for others, that gives you an advantage. So I think he has a great distance control at the very least. That gives him a very big advantage on the ring. You're gonna be the next great champion of Georgia. I'll do my best. I wouldn't want to go there with non-prepared, with fear and stuff. You know what I mean? It's okay to feel a little bit anxious and a little bit excited, but I would try to adapt a winner's mentality, because that's what you have to do when you fight. You rather win or someone else's wins, and it's better to be you. I like to see your smile. Well, I smile quite a lot, so I guess you can see it now. But yeah, anyways, it's just... I think it's worth it. It's Discord conversations. Okay, question to the people who have sparring experience. How did you feel first time before having sparring? Not even the fight, the sparring. Because it feels there is a bouquet of different emotions. And I just want to know, what is your experience? For me, first time it was fight and flight mode. I would just like, I don't remember how it looked. I just remember throwing punches and try to keep the distance, go in, throw punches. And it was not that technical at all. I was scared as shit, even during the fight. Then when you just get more experience, you start relaxing and you start to see the process vividly. So that's my experience. Share yours. Yeah, Discord is always worth it. You can interact with people more on it. You can make announcements on when you are going to stream. Gotcha. Well, actually, question to the mixed martial art fans and lovers. So yesterday I was looking through the Gracie's versus Sakuraba, and like all the fights, you know, first was the Euler, and then was Royce and Renzo, and Royce again. So what do you think about those fights? Time passed so quickly with you. I forgot about my work. I have to go. Thank you. Go look, beautiful sportswoman, golden girl. Thank you very much. Enjoy. Good luck at your work. What would you do if you're fighting someone who is especially aggressive, who's permanently focused on attacking you and pushes you relentlessly? Imagine a fight like Mayweather versus Maidana. Well, with especially aggressive fighters, it depends what kind of pressing you're talking about. If you're talking about someone who is aggressive but also non-controlled, they're fueled too much and they tend to gas out very soon. Then you have to use that against their advantage. Don't get scared. Just use keep your arms up. Use them like. Let them punch you, but really don't get damaged. You know what I mean? Do the footwork, move, change angles. Just bounce. Let them gas out first. Obviously, work with them at the same time, but like your energy expenditure compared to their energy expenditure should be minuscule. And once they are already slowing down and they realize that it's not going anywhere, this is when your time starts to respond with the pressing. I'm for pressing myself, but I also think that a good boxer should be able to work as a second number as well. But my strategy would be to then reverse the dynamic, and I would press them back when they are already exhausted. When a lot of good second number style fighters, they still keep doing like a points. And I don't know how much in the professional boxing, but at least in the amateur boxing, they've been striped from their fights, from their wins very often, because they seem to like not passive, but they don't press that much. You know what I mean? Because they used to work as the second number, as the defensive style. So I think you have to have both, and it is good for winning. If you really want to win and guarantee yourself a win, you need them let them work, and then you start pressing as the response. Okay. Well, the Discord thing seems like to. You're gonna figure it out, guys. That's great. I didn't expect to have such a beautiful boxing coach. Well, thank you. When it comes to coaching, beautiful or not, it's all about the quality. It's all about the quality of the teaching, right? So I believe they are way better and more experienced boxing coaches than I am. Though I try to be nuanced and I try to analyze some things, and yeah, that's my style. I use Facebook, but I specifically left Facebook as my personal platform, just for friends and family. Will you marry me? I'll love you, I'll respect you, I will do everything for you. Well, first of all, I'm married, but second of all, here is a mistake. Yes, you should love and respect your wife, but never say, I will do everything for you. That is already indicates on that you're ready to give up on yourself for someone else, and that's never gonna end well. Don't say things like that. I see. So you must match that fierceness. So to speak and stick to harness the fact that your opponent will get tired, especially if they pushes you relentlessly from the very beginning. Yeah, exactly. I mean, when they wants to start that game. First important thing is not to fall into their game. I mentioned that before. The one who wins is the one who manages to push their rules of the game. If someone attacks you and presses you a lot, they just want to push their own rules of the game. What you have to do, don't play their rules, do something else. And then when they're not physically able to do anything about it, then you push your rules. Well, you're not supposed to punch your coach to the face. Usually, coach is the one who just dictates the process. The professional teams, more like a high level and more wealthy ones, the main coach is the one just to dictate things. There's a pad holder, there is a second coach, the assistant of coach. There are like so many people there. You know what I mean? Well, language, mister. Okay. You must have a philosophy degree. I just think that philosophy degree is useless. That's why I don't have it. Otherwise, ironic enough, I've been in the university. Then I quit. I did like a personal training preparation or courses after, but I was in the university for half a year for psychology, for psychology bachelor's, and we had a philosophy subject, and I just got the 100 out of 100 in the class, maybe for a reason. That just reminded me some past history of my studies. I think the hardest ones are actually very technical fighters who know how to switch their pace immediately. They can switch like literally throughout the whole fight because their skill set is very high. They're very well equipped. This is how it. Those are the most dangerous one, I think, and the harder ones to deal with. What's the time going on in your city? It's 2:36 now. It's 2:36 p.m. It's daytime. I admire a trait that I saw in some fighters, exceptional ones like Ali and Mayweather, which is the ability to manage, economize their energy in order to display it even when the match is advanced. Yeah, absolutely agree with that. good analysis, and I think that is the highest level of the professionalism and skill when it comes to boxing. Being able to control those aspects like energy expenditure and pacing. Especially when it's a pro fight, you know your opponent in advance. You have months, sometimes a year to prepare for the fight. I guess a lot of in many ways the outcome is dependent on the good planning. Red flag. Well, I'm in the country of the red flags with the yellow star. I'm your fan starting today. Oh, thank you if you want to. Where you from? I'm from Georgia, the country. Country of the wine, of strong people, and good food. You're from Malaysia. Nice to meet you. I'm in Vietnam currently, in Vietnam, Nha Trang. What made you come to Vietnam? Well, basically that was Chris's suggestion, and yeah, it just was. I mean, I'm up to traveling, whatever. I want to see different countries, different parts of the world. So I was very curious to come before coming to Vietnam. Mayweather is super smart about boxing. He doesn't even need a coach. He always knows what's going on in the fight. He can adapt and change the game plan by himself. Well, I agree with you, and at this point, he is like there are some people who have a good ability of self-coaching. It doesn't mean that they don't need coaches completely, but when it comes to psychological part of it, the game plan, they actually can do it quite well themselves. And I think he developed that trait like throughout his the earlier period of his career, when he transitioned from more attacking style to building that defensive style, based on catching up the opponent, using their strengths against them, etc. How do we live in there? Do you guys have a job in Vietnam? Our income is remote. I'm an online personal trainer and consultant. I'm consulting in the health optimization, like sleep, diet, just establishment of the healthy habits and trainings. And Chris is doing some stuff with crypto and has some other remote income sources. And yeah, that's very comfortable when you're basically fall under the category digital nomad, I think. And also, I mean, I got this side hustle here at this karaoke night, so that's what I do. But it's just for fun. But in Vietnam, the good thing is, if you know good English, for example, you can most likely get a job as a teacher, as a tutor. It's quite possible. A lot of foreigner people come here as the native speakers. Some of them are really native speakers, some of them are not. Even me, English is my third language. But because some people think that I speak good English, they asked me a couple of times if I could teach them. And yeah, just time-wise I cannot, but I think it's an interesting practice, and a lot of people I know start teaching here in Vietnam. Okay, so the most dangerous fighters are the technical ones. It's quite interesting observation to me. I'm curious about which famous fighters come to your mind when speaking of technical fighters. Well, it's not only technical fighters. I mean, there is obviously Mayweather. Mayweather was great, but in the beginning he was way more dangerous than in the essential years of his career. To me, when it comes to boxing, Tyson and Roy Jones Jr., Ali also falls under it because despite being more like a floating and being adaptable, he managed to knock out people in the peak of his career. So yeah, how he dealt with the Foreman and Fraser and you know that part of the golden era. And I think Roy Jones is also a very good example of it. I mean, he's like the combination of skill set and the power and everything, like speed, you know what I mean? So those kind of fighters, not only the ones who are just skillful but more in the defense side, but the ones who are skillful, can be defensive, but also can be extremely dangerous when they're pressing you. With against that kind of pressing, it's usually hard to do anything unless you're at the same skill set level. Okay, let's get the update regarding my channel from Chris. My jaw. You're performing at the level that is 100 times higher than average for your channel size in both reach and engagement. That's great news. Quite excited about it, honestly. This places you in the top 1% of all YouTube channels with similar subscriber counts. Your channel is not just ahead, it's experiencing a viral breakout that most small creators never see. Wow. Wow. I mean, I don't even know what to do with that. I mean, it's great news. I want the channel to grow. I want to get bigger. I want to be able to create a little team. I want to be able to show and create more for you guys. And apparently stream for you, because that's what seems to be something that you enjoy. But also it's I never knew where I would be at, like when it comes to the, you know, the word as viral. To me, that word is just overnight. One day you wake up and you're like, others start talking about you, and you're like, okay, what do I do now? That's what I'm thinking about. But I guess I need to leave those worries behind me at the moment and just enjoy what is happening. You kind of look like the WWE wrestler Becky Lynch. I don't watch WWE. Becky Lynch, I don't know who's that. I know couple just from some short feeds, more like the famous ones, but yeah, never. I don't know that one specifically. So big thanks to the viewers and the chat. Absolutely, thanks to you guys. I mean, without you, that wouldn't happen. I'm the Aboriginal. Friend Hollywood Movies, you're amazing. Okay, thank you for all the compliments, guys. But as I said, don't get used to going too much with your words with anyone, you know, like it's just learn your own value and then present your own value in the right way, okay? Pretty Boy Mayweather was an aggressive knockout artist. Money Mayweather was a defensive artist. Yeah, that's a good way of saying it. Yeah, it's like a Pretty Boy era and Money era. Sister, I like your channel and subscribe. Can you be my friend? Well, I'm everyone's friend here at this moment, okay? So you mean fighter that skillfully combined raw power and strategy, smart fighters who dissected every aspect of both the sport and their matches? Even trash talking is a strategy to exert control. Yeah, I agree completely. And regarding the last part, the trash talk, I mean, I think the same as much as the trash talk can be very effective way to really play a mind games with your opponent. I think just being silent and stoic and just have that poker face creates the aura. Always come back to Emelianenko. I think he's one of the most prominent, like stoic mixed martial arts, and even like generally everywhere. You know, like boxing, mixed martial arts. Like his figure, the aura he has. He doesn't talk much, but he looks scary. But he doesn't look. He's not trying to be scary. You know what I mean? And then he gets and he just crushes. I mean, obviously he had some losses. He had some downfalls. But gosh, like 40 fights, 47 or 8 the losses out of them. That's for those times that was a crazy record. And his aura was always present. So I would say I would want to be, even in the female division, I want to be a fighter who is just, you know, all the things you just mentioned. But I would love to be stoic. I'd rather not to say anything up until the fight shows. So, the different strategies. Vietnamese communist remains make it a goated country. Let's see, in South Asia, what do you think? I mean, the reason why Vietnamese communism works is because the very strong capitalism working here. I mean, sorry, but if you really want to see pure communists, go to Cuba, and you won't like it. So it's essentially we end up to the point that it's about balance. Like we were talking about the fight, defensive and aggressive styles. Here, also I think that they just found a very good balance between. They have Socialist Communist Party in the lead, and there are definitely certain things that government is like in charge, but they also give quite a lot of freedom to people to do what they do. I mean, literally everywhere, on every corner, just a Vietnamese grandma or family can, like, they have opened like the cooking areas, and they just sell the food they make, and those are the most delicious places you can go sit by that, and their business works. Everything works here, and people make money. I don't know what is the tax process here, how much they pay back to the government and stuff, but you see, that is a combination of it. That is the reason, as I think. Okay, hi to new chat members. Okay. Do you think being a girl helps getting more views? Absolutely, it does. Absolutely does. But it has its own challenges. I have to be resilient to some, sexist comments and stuff like that, and it's fine. I don't really worry about those things. But I think if you're a male or female creator, both have a certain challenges and certain advantages. As you say, being a woman helps more views, especially if you look. If you're a pretty face. I don't think I'm pretty face, but I think I'm okay looking, and yeah, that definitely helps to get more views. Same, silence is better than being cocky. Agreed. Sister, you like Khabib game, UFC fighters. I mean, Khabib, respect to him, he's one of those guys who wants to build not only Dagestani clan, but also Nurmagomedov clan, like fighting families. Like, Gracie family, Enrique, Urquides family, Nurmagomedov family. But it has its own downfalls. I mean, as I said, they're like, when it's starts to get linked to way too much with the name of the family, the quality and individuality, I think, is we're getting less of the individuality and the quality there. Hi there. I'm from Georgia, the country. what do you think about DDP? He's not so technical, but he's tough as nails. I mean, he's tired. He just throws everything he got with willpower. I mean, being tough and being pushing and having that mentality plays a big role, especially in mixed martial arts. He wouldn't stand a chance in boxing, I think. We have a good example. There was Arturo Gatti in the boxing. Like he was just a gladiator warrior, and he was people loved him. People loved Arturo Gatti, but he wasn't very technical. And like him fighting, like Mayweather fighting him was like proof that skill set in the boxing wins. I think skill set and toughness still wins only against only the toughness. But DDP is quite underrated. He's unexpected as well. He's random. He throws like everything he does is quite random in the good way for him. So I wouldn't say that he's completely non-technical. He definitely has something about himself. It's almost 4 hours. I gotta go. See you later. I mean, bye guys. I understand. Just go take care of your day and your work and stuff. I mean, for me, you might think that I don't have anything to do, which is Sunday. I actually technically don't have anything to do right now. But this is also kind of my job. I'm taking it as my job. Might not give me any money, any income at the moment. This is something that I try to build long term. So when I'm sitting, talking, taking time with you, it's not only out of the pleasure, which I definitely enjoy conversations with you guys, but at the same time, it is something that I try to do consistently. Good. Stay motivated and strong. You too, absolutely. Bye-bye. Have a good day. But how our tour has ended, yeah, that's sad. Another reason why you shouldn't get hit way too much in the head. I mean, apart from all the rest of the aspect and the lifestyle, I mean, you want to. Another reason why you want to build up technique and have a good, solid defense strategy. You don't want to get hit heavy in your head all the time. That was unfortunately the price that Ali also paid. He, even though he was quite technical, but he was still getting a lot of punches. And with the genetical background of it, his genetical tendency for the Parkinson's, unfortunately, this is how he ended too. I think Usyk might fit the description of a quiet, sober, mostly serious and mysterious fighter who remains calm and appears to be specially calculated. I think he also is technical fighter. Yeah, absolutely. Usyk is a huge respect to Usyk for me. I like him too, and he's mostly serious, especially before fights. But he likes dancing. He doesn't try to force that seriousness. That is a very important thing. I can be open and lovely and bubbly and cute and even goofy off the training preparation, the stage and off the ring especially. But once I would enter the camp, that you get this mentality when you create that you don't talk, you don't waste your time on talking, you just work and grind and then you show the results. This is quite powerful to me. Do you know Zumrut Gulieva? I don't know, but tell me who is that and I'll look into it. What about Shavkat versus Islam? I mean, well, Shavkat seems to be getting a very good record, and I mean, he's also from that area in the region, so he's strong. Is he Dagestan or Chechen? I forgot. Shavkat. I'm not sure where is he from, but his name indicates that he's in somewhere in the nearby area. But Islam is also well proven. Many years of the unbeaten winning streak. So we'll see. Hello, hello, Kazakhstan. Okay, okay, Shawkat is from Kazakhstan. Yeah, Kazakhstani has good boxers, good fighters in general, so it's still gonna be the fight, so worth to watch. Where do you come from? I'm from Georgia, the country. The dance calmed me down, just watched it. Okay, I'm wondering, was it a stream or was it one of? I like dancing. I like dancing a lot. So one of the reasons I have quite a good footwork is because of the dancing, and a lot of boxers been doing some dancing. Actually, fun fact about Lomachenko was sent to the dancing school. At the same time was boxing or before boxing, so to develop the coordination that would help him to build up the footwork he has. Triple G was the best. Triple G, yeah, one of my favorite ones. Also, very Triple G looks like a person who would never be like his face. He's so like he has like a very like a sweet, like very gentle features. If you look at it, he looks like just some IT guy, and Stan has one of the toughest boxing. Like actually, Triple G. What do you think about Triple G? Did he won all of the fights against Canelo or not? What was the record? The first one was they striped him. I think it was close fight. I don't remember actually. I need to rewatch those fights. But yeah, I remember clearly that Triple G was like that was close fights, but they've been there was a little bit unfair judgment there. Have you eaten? No, I haven't eaten. I'm fasting today. Well, I drank coconuts, but that's it. You're interested to come to India? I've been in India, and well, most likely at some point gonna come again. Israel or Palestine? Israeli people who got killed or Palestinian people who got killed? That's the question. People dying. That's not the game, okay? Whatever political games. Same, even Ukraine and Georgia, you know? Ukraine and Georgia, and Ukraine and Russia, and Russia and Georgia. Even though, for example, politically, my country hates Russia, Ukrainians hate Russia, and yes, that also affects the people's. There is like a generational hatred created because of those wars. But at the end of the day, if we think about it, especially people who are just civilians, who didn't even go to the war for a purpose, like to kill each other or something, just the civilians dying under the shooting, bombing, that's not a game, okay? I'm about to go for dinner now, but I will stay in touch. Okay, have a good dinner, enjoy it, and we're here for now, and there's gonna be later another karaoke night. Hello Daniel, I'm from Turkey, Yamiz, Ilmaz. Hi to Turkey. Lomachenko is dancing around opponents as well. Yeah, that he literally was sent to the dancing school by his father before boxing, or at the beginning stages. By the way, there is a World Boxing Championship is conducting in Astana. Oh, that's cool. Would be nice to be there. I mean, not very far. I think the flight would be cheap, but unfortunately, that's not the plan. Yeah, that's true. Second was the draw. Yeah, he beat one in the first one. Yeah, that's what been the conversation about, because I don't remember. I maybe I even didn't see the third one. That's what I'm thinking, because it's been quite a while ago. And third one I don't remember seeing. Yeah, I saw first one and second one. Hello. Your religion. I'm coming from the Orthodox Christian country, though I don't identify myself with classic Christian beliefs. I I just believe there are definitely the universe, and there are definitely certain things, but I share a lot of different aspects of different beliefs. I believe in some of the parts of the reincarnation, some Hindu and Buddhist principles. I believe in some Christian beliefs. I believe in some pagan ideals as well. So I'm just like having, let's go that way. I'm having my own system of beliefs. Your time well. Well done on both dancing and boxing. Thank you. You have children yet? Not yet. Planning in the next few years. It's been 4 hours. Oh my god. What time is it? Okay, 3:03. 3:03 p.m. here. It's been quite long. I would try to hold maybe the longest 1 more hours, but that will be it. So yeah, let's see how it goes. I would love to visit Indonesia, that's for sure. Actually, that was a plan, original plan, that we would go to Bali or somewhere around, maybe Lombok. But we just changed the plan, decided to stay here for longer term in Vietnam, Nha Trang. No, I haven't, but I hope next year when we come back to the Southeast Asia, if we come around that time, yes, I would love to see Indonesia, at least part of it. Yeah, I have the habit of cracking my skull. We'll come to next Indonesia next year. Yeah, my husband says so, so we're gonna do that. Coach, I'm from Indonesia. Good for you. It's a beautiful tropical country, island. You have many islands, right? But yeah, gonna try to stick to try to do 5 hours total. So we have 55 minutes. Feel free to ask questions and check out my channel if you're willing to. No pressure. I have a question for you guys. There's some 11 viewers, so the importance of the discipline. Tell me about it. What is discipline for you? How do you acquire it? Do you think, are you disciplined in general or not? How does it help you in the life? I'm always coming up with those kind of questions, but I really want to know. Let's see, top comments. Yeah, it became a little bit silent. But yeah, anyways, discipline, as I said, feel free to share what is your opinion about it. To me, it is one of the essential skills. The discipline is not it's not an emotion or something. It's a skill, and it just lies on so many things on your life that it really determines your life. Why do you always say Georgia the country? Does many people mistake it as the state? I think all combat sport fans know Georgia though. Yeah, in my experience, a lot of people mistake it with state. So, but I guess you're right that because the audience here are into martial arts and basically watching UFC. You're right. That's a good point. I'm gonna stop saying that it's a state unless it's someone's gonna ask. Not discipline, of course. Not forcing anything. I love to listen to women. They are wise. Well, I mean, I think discipline is important. So it's actually important to force yourself to do certain things. So if you do go too much of the hedonistic type of lifestyle, you just build up certain brain chemistry in your body. You're not very resilient. If you're gonna end up in a hard situation, you're not gonna survive most likely. So discipline is the, I think, important aspect, and the moderation, I guess. But it's up to everyone, up to their personal choice. I think discipline consists of pushing oneself as hard as one can, but thoughtfully, strategically, setting one's goals and methods clearly in order to get effective results. I'm disciplined at times. That is a very good definition of discipline. And I like that you emphasized not only discipline of being able to do hard things, but you do it strategically. First you establish the goal, then you aim for a certain result, the result you want to get, and then you build up the plan around it, and then you break it down into smaller goals and short-term goals and medium-sized goals, and then you build it up down to the daily routine or weekly routine, what you can do to get there, to build rather that habit, or to build a multiple amount of habits leading to certain results. Okay. What's your zodiac sign? I'm a Taurus. But I have some other influences in my zodiac, like everyone has. It goes way deeper than your original sign. Hello, where are you from? From Georgia. You just become Jesus. If you need to force yourself to want something, you don't want it. I mean, it's about wanting something in your life, having a goal. Goal is something that you want to achieve. But harder goals are consisting of the actions that you not, just by the human nature, you're not necessarily willing to do just because it's hard. And this is the part of where discipline, you build up discipline, and you need discipline and consistency. You just do those things that are not really appealing to you. You get used to it, you build the habit out of it to achieve things that you really want to achieve. There's nothing wrong wanting things, but there are some things that are hard to achieve. Hola, I'm from Vegas. Oh, Las Vegas, hi. I'm from Georgia, not the state. Indeed, it's important to break down what one is going to do just in order to make it possible, realistic and not overwhelming. One can be ambitious, but must regulate it and make things step by step. Yes, I absolutely agree. That is very truthful statement. I'm Taurus, May 17. I'm May 6. Some music playing on the background and like just wanting to dance a little bit. It's a long time, you must be hungry. No, I'm used to eating once or twice a day. I'm quite alright with it, and especially when I feel hydrated. So I have water here. I already drank 2 coconuts. That is almost the 2/3 of the daily potassium intake. So I'm fine. Why would be hard? Almost everything I want I get in 1 month, and then I realize I'm fucking freaking. It's selfish. Well, good for you. As I said, the reason why it's good to pursue harder things, because there is always something harder. If you want things that you can achieve fast, that's good for you, but not necessarily good for building a character. And you may ask, why do you need character? I already live a good life. Exactly, you might just be able to live your good life your entire life, but it's about building the resilience to the hardships. Sometimes this is how life happens. You might be at a very good place and something happens. You know, someone dies, some natural catastrophe happens, a war starts, something happens, you know, that you didn't quite plan and you definitely didn't want happening, but it happened. And this is where why I encourage to build up the discipline, the resilience, and like those qualities. You have a boyfriend, I have a husband. Hi, where are you from? From Georgia. Sister, one question, are you married? Yes, I'm married. How do you take other people's advice or opinions, critics? That's a good question. I'm trying to take it reasonably and to stay decent. Because there are 2 types of criticism. One criticism is from someone who's actually willing to guide you, give you some pointers, and even if they do it harshly, their intentions are good for you. So you should listen, you know, there is nothing wrong taking that hard criticism without even saying a word back. And there is another type of criticism that people just say things, it might be truthful, might be not, but they just want to hurt you, hurt your self-esteem, they want to, so intention is negative towards you. This kind of criticism you just shouldn't take personal, that's it. So yeah, that's how I do it. And this is one thing I trained throughout my life. As a kid, it was very hard to do it, you know, like it was hard to swallow when someone would criticize me. And I felt that I wasn't good enough, but I worked through a lot of it, and I think I became quite resilient when it comes to the criticism. So I loved you so much because you're Taurus? I don't know, maybe, possibly. How old are you? I'm 25 years old. You're right. I mean, I appreciate if you agree. No, I don't have babies. I'm not planning yet. We're not planning yet, but in the next few years. There's nothing wrong to have babies at my age. That's not what I think. Though, what people sometimes forget is the responsibility. Creating a whole new human being. It's not just something that you do because you want it. You have to be ready, and in today's world, it's important to be ready financially. I'm not talking about millions and millions, but I'm talking about solid financial foundation. Also depending which country you live in and which country you use as the basement. I remember you said karate has a lot of philosophical aspects. How is karate a philosophy? I don't know anything about it, but it might be different from strong Occidental values such as toughness. I didn't practice many karate styles. I practiced Goju-ryu style, and the reason I actually practiced that one because that was basically combat karate, and it was about toughness. So its philosophy was definitely laying on the toughness to a certain extent, but it was also about patience, about community, about those kind of philosophical aspects, you know, get well centered with your own self, find the balance inside, not being angry, you know, like as a the patience being as a result of it, not being angry and impulsive, those kind of philosophy. But it was still tough. Like they were literally hitting rocks and hitting walls, and there were real sparring. There were two directions. There was go karate, which they were using they had protection, but it was full contact, and another one was do, which is no gloves. You're not allowed to punch the face with the fist, but you could punch the body with like a heavy punches to the body, and you were allowed to do high kicks as well to the head. So I was quite combat. How tall are you? I'm 161 centimeters. In inches, in the feet, it's 5 feet and 2 inches. May I know your face? As I mentioned, I have my own system of belief, which I take from many different philosophies, different religions. I have some values from Christianity. I have some values from, I share some values from Hindu and Buddhist religions, some pagan, Scandinavian, Slavic pagan religions, and yeah, that's pretty much what I believe in. Though I'm coming from the Orthodox Christian country. So that I was baptized, and my families are Christian. What do you think about Jiri Projaska? Guy is super tough, and every fight is entertaining. I agree. I also think he has a very unique, cool personality. Like he's doing a lot of things in the woods, and you know his fight, as you said, he's very entertaining. He's been knocked out by Pereira, but that's the thing. I mean, mixed martial arts. Some fans are going a little bit too become too much of the like keyboard warriors, and they forget about that. Your legacy, your history, your record is not determined. Even if you get knocked out, then what? You just get back stronger. Try to do that. Get back stronger and keep fighting up until you can do that. So that's what I like about Jiri. I think he's a great guy. Hello, hi. Just letting you know that it's already 4 hours and 21 minutes on the stream, and I'm gonna try to stretch it out till 5 hours, so it's 40 minutes extra. How do you think men and women differ when it comes to fighting or martial arts? Do they train and get results differently? Oh, there is definitely differences. Let's establish differences first. Which is physicality and biology, higher bone density, higher muscularities in the men, higher testosterone levels, definitely for men. Usually bigger size, also in the men, bigger like arm reach, also men, same for legs. Okay, so the physical aspect is definitely different. For women, it's also menstruational cycle. It's very important to consider that for not only for the health in women athletes, but also for the efficiency. It's as the woman, and maybe it's a little bit for some people an awkward thing to talk, but I'll say it. So as a woman who wants to build up the warrior mentality and be stoic and be ready for the fight and training and just facing a challenge, I always tell myself, if I can do it, and if I show up when I'm on my menstrual cycle, when my hormonal background is like completely down and I'm physically at my weakest, then imagine me at my strongest. Obviously, it's talking about competitiveness against your own self, and also in your weight category and against other fellow women. So as an athlete, it's like you have to find a balance with your health. That yes, there might be a day you better rather take your rest at those days as a woman, but also you don't go too soft on yourself, because you're also an athlete and a warrior, and you have to be disciplined. So yes, there are aspects, and when it comes acquiring skills like in movement, I think there are some advantages in women too. Women tend to be quite flexible, and they easily achieve the flexibility, stretch out, so that is they can give some advantage to certain moves and certain skills in the martial arts. But in general, yes, when it comes to the mentality, I think both men and women can develop very strong mentality, fighters and warriors mentality. Biologically, men are more built for that, but life is tough, and it's good to be resilient, whether you're a man or woman. Okay. Oh, that's very interesting. Speaking of discipline, it seems to be very focused on self-discipline. Even though you didn't practice it much, it must have been a useful experience for you. Yes, I mean, discipline is your brain does not understand necessarily the difference between discipline in one field of your life or another one. If you build up the habit of the discipline and the skill set, if you're disciplined after just getting up from your bed, instead of scrolling, do the useful stuff, then go to work, be organized, be consistent. Then if you still decide to start doing the martial arts or change the field, it's going to be easy for you to adapt and build discipline. Not even build, integrate your discipline there. You know what I mean? Hello, my friends. Say hi. Okay. What's your ALTS level? I don't know. I never got that test. I mean, I'm not an English teacher, so I did some online tests once. It was C1 level, maybe B2. I don't know. But my English is getting better daily because my husband speaks English, and I have my clients speak English. All of my current life is revolving around English. So I guess I'm gonna get quite good at it at some point. Your eyes are so beautiful. You have crushing. Thank you. Okay, thank you, guys. Well, someone asked, is it easier for women to get more viewers? Apparently, it is. How did you find your love? I mean, your husband. We met in Georgia. He's from Norway and been traveling a lot around the world, lived in different countries, came to Georgia for specific reasons. He had the strong intention of finding a life partner. That's very important. A man should be in that stage. Like a lot of women don't understand, they cannot change a bad boy unless the bad boy is already changed and they decided to adapt completely different lifestyle and actually willing to work for it. So he was already made up his mind that he wants to create a good relationship, a family, good friends around, all of that stuff. And I just saw how strong he is, how determined he is, and I was quite in a masculine state myself. I've been taking care of my family for years. I've been doing martial arts and boxing. Like I'm oldest child in my family. I love my father, but at the earlier stage, he didn't step up that much in my life. So, it affected a lot of things. But when I met him, I just over time we built the relationship. We chose a lot of we determined a lot of things pragmatically. We saw certain traits in each other, and that was a good decision because it's better to choose the right partner and start falling in love with them more and more over years. Obviously we liked each other, but you know what I mean, then fall for someone just based on the chemicals called oxytocin, and then when that euphoria period fades, you just start seeing all the negatives within each other. And if you have a child by the time, it's even worse because you break up, you damage the child's psychology, and yeah, it's not fun. It's very irresponsible to me. Your life, as Chris says, let me tell it to you, your life partner is one of the biggest investments in your life. To whom you're gonna tie your life, with whom you're gonna have children and family. So be careful, okay? Build yourself up first, and then meet someone who also are working on themselves and trying to build themselves up, and with someone who is in the habit of building instead of destroying, you have a higher potential to create something together as well and grow together in the relationship and build something beautiful. My coach is very beautiful and kind. Thank you. Hello. Hi everyone. Hi to the new viewers. It's enjoyable to speak and learn more and more about English, isn't it? To me, it's not just useful, but deep and nuanced, precise in its rules for crafting thoughts. It's not my mother tongue either. Remind me your name. I think it was Paul, but I'm not sure. Okay, I'm not gonna assume. So remind me your name and the place you're from, because we're having. It's a few streams we're having a conversation, and I'm willing to memorize people's names who are consistently having an engagement with me. Yeah, absolutely, I agree with it. English is easier than Russian and Georgian. I can tell you that. It's easier, but it's not simple. There's very massive vocabulary in English. I'm just talking about that learning English and adapting to the conversation is way easier than I think you would do to the Russian and Georgian and actually do it correctly. And I started seeing things differently in English. I started adapting a new layer of my personality after learning English, and not only after learning English, but in at different stages of learning it. So yeah, that's absolutely true. What's your first mother tongue, and remind your name, please. Thoughts on Jake Paul? Even though everyone hates him, he has been boxing for like 8 years, so he's getting better day by day. Great genetics on top of that too. Exactly, that's what I said previously here. Someone asked about it. He has a good stance. He definitely has a good punch, but I don't think he's a warrior. I have not seen a single fight of Jake Paul that doesn't seem staged. You know what I mean? So that's why what I would want, I don't care if there is an influencer or a hooker or someone else. I don't care if they decide to start boxing and start the pro career, and if they really do like real fights and really building it up. Shout out to them. Like, build yourself up first in the real boxing environment. Build yourself as the fighter and the warrior first, and then maybe you and Mike Tyson would do like some just like an exhibitional fight. but no, like he just stays an influencer, and that's sad. I think yes, he's wasting his genetics. He's wasting. He just basically making money, just aiming for that. I think because it's not about building a legacy or reputation. If he really wanted that, he could do it completely differently. He could just be, hey, I'm an influencer, but I'm gonna go and do professional boxing now for real, and we would see that in a different way if that happened. I don't judge people based on their beliefs, but I think person chooses Islam. Well, it's good that you don't judge people on their personal beliefs. Different people believe different things. A lot of beliefs also meet at the core. You know, let's for example, we all agree that you have to be strong, but also decent human being. Do we agree on that? We do. Who doesn't agree with that? That means there is something wrong with their core beliefs. Because people can believe the wrong things as well. Good for you if you find yourself into the truth in Islam. As I said, I have my own personal system of beliefs that I am adapting from educating myself more and more about different systems of beliefs, you know? And I just take something that is very resonates with me. Not only resonates with me, sorry, not only that, but also works in my life. When I adapt my beliefs into my life, through my actions and my decisions, I see that I can build things and I'm creating a positive outcomes. Okay, show me your hand tattoo, please. So here, that's my dragon tattoo with the lady on with the profile and the katana. God bless you. God bless you too. What color are your toes? Why did I read that out loud? Next question. My name is Juan. Sorry, I just remembered in the wrong way. Spanish for John. Okay. I'll call you Juan if it's the right way of pronouncing. Just let me know. And I'm from South America. That's cool. I live in a very small country that is between Brazil and Argentina. It's called Paraguay. I heard about the country. I heard the name at least. So my mother tongue is Spanish. Gotcha. Well, tell us more about Paraguay. Because it's a small country. I believe that I would like to know a little bit more about it and some other people too. So you're loyal. Well, you have to be loyal. No, but really, if you really want to build something of the value in your life, you have to be loyal in your relationship, friendships, loyal to your craft that you're doing, loyal to your children, loyal to your audience, you know, like I'm trying to be now. Loyalty is a very important, not only a good trait, but very important trait. Do you believe in God? I definitely believe in God, but I like to use the word universe because God, to me, diminishes it just in a single identity, like a person. And maybe Christianity, that's how it is. But to me, it's the whole universe. It's everything around us. The God is everything around us. It's the universe. It's the infinity. How much difficult to spar with these braces? Not really, as long as you have the mouse guard, it's not a problem. You're pronouncing it well, okay. So I'll call you in your, the native way, Juan. Paraguay is a famous country actually. I heard about it a lot. You see? Someone else heard about it. How do professional players deal with injuries? Sometimes it might take their whole career. Aren't they afraid? Well, yeah, it's always there is always a risk of the injury, unfortunately. And yeah, sorry, my neck got tight after the hours of talking. Well, depends on the sport. You depends on the risks of the specific sport. For example, in team sports like rugby, American football, and football or soccer, you have the risks of the ACL, PCL tear very often. Like almost all the football players I know have that issue. When it comes to the combat sports, a lot of like head injuries, more like a long-term result, but also still some other joint injuries as the common thing. So how to avoid those things? You need, even on the training has to be built in smart ways, so it doesn't really cause those injuries. And there should be also prevention mechanisms like massage therapy and myofascial release, stretching. Like that has to balance the preparational work for sure to avoid those injuries. The right technique, very important. I mean, definitely try to learn technique first and then do something that's gonna protect you from the injuries as much as it can. And yeah, it can take away from, like, try not to do anything unnecessary. I know a boxer who broke his leg while playing football and his career ended because he started, like, limping now. And like here, for example, one of the reasons I don't use scooters in Vietnam, even though it's very common practice, my acquaintance just fell off the scooter and broke his leg, like literally smashed. They have to rebuild the entire leg. Why? And he's a calisthenics athlete. Like, why? Right? So try to prevent yourself from those situations. 21 years old. Oh, good for you. You're young and you have the whole life ahead of you. Spider-Man. Spider-Man, Spider-Man. Da, da, da. Was it from the Spider-Man series? Why do people grow up in the religion they were born into? I think before that was a common thing because people also traveled less. They usually tend to spend their entire lives in their communities where they were born. And now people are way more open to traveling, open to embracing other cultures, open more to discovering other things. And as much as some people still hold their beliefs, the beliefs they were raised in, a lot of people change their beliefs and adapt some new ones. I think that's one of the reasons. After all, we are all given a brain to think, and as God says, God loved us so much that He gave us the choice and free will. That's from Christianity. What's the venue in back? No, it's not the shop. Let me show you. This is the... Let me disconnect it from the charge. So it is like a coffee shop and the co-working space. Very nice place, very cool. Considering that it is very, very hot out there. So that's one of my favorite places to have like a talking, streaming, or just to work generally. Sometimes I actually do my personal consultations with people from here. So yeah, that's just one of my favorite places here. Well, I have a husband, so I'm not gonna come on a date with you, but I hope someone else will. Okay, it's been 4 hours and 41 minutes now. We have 20 more minutes, a little bit less than that. Oi, oi. Are you from Scotland? Oi? No, your name doesn't say Giovanni Santos. Hi. Yeah, it starts getting tense after a few hours of talking, that's for sure. My neck's getting triggered. Why you decided to pursue fighting or martial art path? I think I wanted to get stronger. I didn't think about doing it professionally or going that deep, but once I started from karate. I got hooked, and then I moved. I wanted to become competitive, so I was considering different fields, and then I tried boxing, and I liked that one the most. So I did some early years competition, not a very long time, but I did Georgia National Championships, and I was in a national team of junior years. So yeah, I mean, after that, it just became a lifestyle. Brazil. How much time do you spend in gym? Oh, it depends. Sometimes it's all day. Sometimes it's just passing by, do a little thing, go on. It really depends. You're God's child, and me too. We don't belong to earth. We belong to heaven. Well, I definitely think that I belong to earth. Even more, I want to belong to earth. Because this is just the present, and we should live in present. We should learn from the past, live in the present, and set goals for the future. Paraguay's economy is mostly based on agriculture, the production of meat and other animal products. Despite corruption and inequality, people are mostly resilient and know how to survive with good attitude. Well, exactly countries like that produce people who are resilient, because what do we know? Hard times create strong people, then strong people create good times create weak people create bad times, and it's just a cycle we didn't manage to break through yet. I hope we do that one day. And we do that with remembering that we're entitled when we have a good life, when we manage to build it up. We're entitled. We are entitled to have it, but also keep ourselves in check with certain things like training, challenging ourselves. You know, get back to the nature. Try to be based and grounded to stay resilient. Because it's hard to stay resilient when you have good times, right? Hi Diana, I'm back. Oh, hi folks. I didn't ask your name. We had quite a lot of interactions, so tell me your name and tell me where you're from. I try to make a concise and honest description of my country. Well, you did well. I think that was very reasonable. How often do you stream? When will be next one? Well, I'm trying to do once in 2 days at the very least. We'll see. Maybe we'll move to the once a day, not once, but like every single day. What kind of times make beautiful people like you? Well, fun fact. If you want to make a genetically, just appearance-wise, a beautiful person, it's good to have a mix of different nationalities. Like, for example, I'm a mix of Georgian, Russian, Ukrainian, Armenian, and that's what I know. I'm really willing to do genetical tests to see how far it goes. But I think I'm quite a mix. So science tells us that that is a way. And when it comes to from the inside, as I mentioned, people who usually come from the countries that have corruption, inequality, there are certain struggles faced in the daily lives, They're more resilient, they're more grounded, more based, more reasonable than people who only seen the luxury and the good sides of the life. How are you doing, girl? Doing great. I'm Shan from India. That's thank you. Very nice to meet you. Apologies for not asking you straight away. In the capital city where I live, which is called Asuncion. Tell me if I spell it correctly. Combat sports are very popular and often practiced. Particularly many people, men and women, like MMA. Through soccer is the most popular. Though soccer is the most popular sport. Okay. Well, soccer, Brazil, Paraguay, and South America are known for the good soccer teams. But yeah, it's nice to hear more about your country. Thank you for sharing. What's your additional hobby other than gym or practicing? I like doing. I like singing. I play guitar. I just don't have it here right now. And I'm actually an artist. I mean, I think they're better artists than me, but might be considered as professional level. But I do it as a hobby at the moment. I hope to do it more in the future. How long have you been live today? Almost 5 hours. It's like 4 hours and 48 minutes so far. God has no son. God is one. If he had a son, he would not be God. Is he far from needy? As I said, those things, it's more of the part, I mean, I'm interested more of the philosophy of the religions, not necessarily the storytelling or a tale itself. We should take all of it as an abstract, as a metaphor. This is not our real life. Our real home is heaven. There are many angels who serve us. I mean, great. I mean, I hope you have guardian angels and you feel good about yourself and about your life. So far, you still have to go through this life. Michael Bisping's philosophy is that there is no fairy tales and cannot expect happy endings in MMA. It's raw and real. What's your thoughts on this, Dan? I agree with Bisping on that behalf. What kind of artist and mention you're doing another life later today? Artists like mostly portraits, and I like black and white art. Black and white art. What else? Yeah, I do. I can do paints and colors. Yeah, I basically tried both and did quite well. And I do like a realistic type of art, but with a mix of my own style. I don't like hyperrealism necessarily. And yeah, mentioning karaoke. Tonight there's going to be another live in basically around a couple hours, I think. Let's see, 3 hours and 10 minutes. There's going to be another live, which is going to be from the karaoke, Red Buffalo karaoke bar. Well, thank you. All your compliments are encouraged, though just don't go too far. Can you tell us about your family? I'm coming. So my father is Georgian. My mom is half Russian, half Ukrainian. He married her while they were in Ukraine, and he brought her to Georgia. They're divorced at the moment, but they live together quite some time. I have a grandmother that I have daily contact from my father's side. My mother's side family, I didn't have much interactions. Just by remotely like this, but not physically because they're far away. And I have two sisters. I'm the oldest one. The middle sister is 21 years old this year, and the youngest one is she just turned 9. So yeah, that's my family. I remember you said you like rock music, which is something that we might have in common. I love rock and mostly hard rock, heavy metal, and see, but I can listen almost to anything except for pop. Yeah, I'm not really pop fan, though there may be some some good songs. I think Lady Gaga is a good musician. Some of her songs are very good. She does some avant-garde style, which is not necessarily what I like about her, but there are some great songs she has. But mostly, yeah, I mean, also old school rock, heavy, hard rock, heavy metal, alternative music, experimental, yeah, you know, a lot of stuff like that. And psychedelic, like Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, Deep Purple, Guns N' Roses, Motorhead, Rainbow, like Sabbath, Metallica, like all those bands. I mean, I can definitely listen. I can sing some of them, that's for sure. The Scorpions. There's so many great old, like the era of that times. Both music, movies, and sport was something else. You have to agree with that. Okay, let me see. If you haven't had a dream, I can understand why you haven't believed it until now. I mean, I definitely have some dreams, but I don't like calling it dreams. I think it's goal. Dream is something that you just dream about. Goal is something that you dream about, but you set the goal for it to achieve it one day. Have you eaten, coach? Not yet. I will eat afterwards, very soon. Put your hands forward. Okay, I can do that for you. Like this. You told all kind of music, so God bless the greatest fucking country in the world. God's country. Talking about US. Oh, good. I mean, that's the world's first country. With its positives and negatives, I think you are the world's first country. I love these bands, those British psychedelic style bands, Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, Deep Purple, Black Sabbath, and also American bands like Metallica. I love both the music and lyrics content. Yeah, I mean, good music, very good, solid music. As an individual artist, there's some female artists I love from that era. Janis Joplin. And the current ones, I love Beth Hart. Beth Hart is one of my favorite ones. I mean, I would love to meet her. She's like, I kind of have a crispy style of voice myself, and I don't want to copy her, you know what I mean? But there are a lot of things that I resemble with her, and she's I could say that a little bit of my idol, and she's a sweetheart. So if anyone knows Beth Hart, tell her about my channel. You should eat first, take care of your health. Yeah, don't worry about me. As long as I'm taking right amount of calories, I'm fine. Also, yesterday I had another day, like I ate quite a lot. So today I'm just resetting a little bit, if you know what I mean. Because if you eat a couple days quite heavy and quite a lot, you just need a little reset. So calorie-wise and nutrition-wise, I'm fine. I'm also possibly gonna finish this live in 3 minutes. Just gonna give you the chance to ask some last questions. You know, politically, India, Georgia, and Armenia have a good relationship nowadays. Yeah, I think so. There are a lot of Indians in Georgia, studying in Georgia, strictly medical field. I never met any Indian in Georgia who do on other kind of studies. They're always medical students. Maybe engineering, but I never met one. All a man could ask for. Well, thank you, I guess. I did not listen to you singing yet, but I should. I should do it. You seem to have a strong voice according to the description you made, and the strong presence that you have. You may sing like Ann Wilson. Maybe a little bit. I can copy a little bit of Amy Winehouse. Again, not to the crazy level. I'm still learning how to do the vocal control. But when it comes to the range, I already unlocked it, trained it quite well, and my higher notes, I'm getting it way more confidently, and I have breaking voice on the higher notes. So you should join for karaoke night tonight and see yourself. Yes, the largest country 100 years ago was the Ottoman Empire, and there was other empires. There was French Empire, there was Spanish Empire in colonization. There was, well, Russia is still one of the big countries, but also quite imperialistic. Then you had Roman Empire, and you have Persian Empire. It changes. It always changes, and that's the history of humanity. There is not a single empire that lasted for more than, I think the average timing is like 300 years at the longest. Then it starts fading. How long the stream will be? I'm gonna end, like, basically I'm just gonna respond to the last questions and I'm gonna end the stream. Chris is saying, please check out the channel. There is a lot of good content there, and we see you in a few hours for singing. Yes, absolutely. And the last question, I guess, do you think that the trained female stands any chance against an untrained male in a combat situation? I said that example before. I saw this video where this untrained man was like, there was the videos of untrained people basically challenging black belts and like efficient people in their sports. And one of the videos was one of the untrained men challenged the Taekwondo female. And hear me out, here she beat the shit out of him. Why? Because the leg range Taekwondo style gives the ability to a woman, also to a woman, to not being hit back. As long as the guy doesn't know how to do it, he's just gonna get beat up. But if you do styles like boxing, there's way higher dangers, even if it's an untrained guy. But if he swings and you don't manage to protect yourself, no matter how technical you are, there is no point. You know what I mean? There's way higher risks. So that's what I want to say. What is my story of the school life? I was a nerd, but I was a special nerd. I was doing sports already at the time, and I was doing art, and I was quite. There are different periods. Like in the early school years, I was very quiet, very introverted. Then at some point, I started like boys were like bullying girls a lot, and I just started challenging them. And that was the age when the girls and boys are at as strong as they're like same in that development. So I was beating boys and bullies. I mean, not boys, but like bully boys. And then it was more the sports era started, and I just detached from school that much. I had some friends, and I was pretty much good with everyone, but I wasn't close with everyone either. There was maybe a couple of friends we were really hanging out together. And yeah, so it's also, you have to consider it's the Georgian public ghetto school. Like imagine ghetto school. That's the school I've been at. It's, even though it was in a good district, my family and my grandma still has an apartment in like a central area, historic area of the Tbilisi. But still, the school sucked, and I don't have anything particularly negative memories of it. But that's not the place I'm missing, or like my life now is way more ahead than it was at school. Okay. Not only the Ottomans, it was also British and French also were interested in the Ottoman Empire, and Arabs too. Like there are a lot of people who want their downfall. But is that legit though? Yeah, that one was legit. It was the stage. And that's why I think I've seen quite a few times, even in the self-defense situations, like literally in the street, not like a stage fight, literally very simple kicks, like that you can defray it stage or not. Taekwondo has an interesting thing to it. I'm not saying that's the strongest style. It has its own weaknesses for sure. But I just said I saw that's just happening. When I think in the classic, more like a kickboxing, Muay Thai, boxing type of martial art, no. It's way even if it's possible to do, just we have to consider that it's way too high risks. My grandfather fought in World War II. He was a German and went to war when he was just 15 years old. He lived traumatic experience during war and at such a young age, so he became a cold and angry man. Well, I mean, hard times create tough people, and sometimes it breaks people. The tough people are the ones who survive that experience, and they still have a lot of traumas and at those times there was not the psychotherapy, self-work, living through your trauma, things like that was not that much in the practice. It was not even perceived as such a thing. So a lot of our older generations, our previous generations suffered, and they still didn't live through those traumas. Even my parents and my grandparents. It's not. I can see the imprint of those hard times on them. Still is a nerd. Yes, that's true. Always been a nerd. Sending an abundance and endless peace and genuine love from Ireland. Been binging your YouTube videos and love it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ireland. Sorry, my neck got stiff. I'm gonna finish. It's like my jaw, so it gets tense here, and you need to stretch it and massage the spots under your jaw. That's what I'll do after. Okay. Are you from the US? No, I'm from Georgia, the country. Well, my father was always encouraging about my boxing, if you're asking that. Which is better in boxing, Muay Thai. Boxing definitely has an advantage on boxing aspect, but Muay Thai is way more a bigger arsenal of the skill set. $50 turns 50 today. Happy birthday to 50 Cent. Which one works best for work in real life? Boxing, kickboxing, MMA, jiu-jitsu, or any other martial arts? Well, I think mixed martial arts works the best because you have the essential aspects of all the styles in together. You have essential striking, you have essential grappling and wrestling and takedown and distance control and everything. So mixed martial arts for sure. You might have a base in one of the other sports, but if you train yourself as a mixed martial arts, that's the one. Hello? Well, yes, that's a good answer. A Glock 19X works the best in real life. Yes, that's true. But if we compare with the martial arts and different sports, MMA, good to have both. Good to have a Glock. Well, good for you guys. So we're not allowed to have a. You can't have a license for the like a rifle gun as the hunting weapon, but you cannot wear it like casually in Georgia. But it's good to have both. Good to be proficient on the martial arts field and have a weapon too. Yeah, MMA is a jack of all trades. Glocks are good, everyday, concealed carry. Yeah. But Muay Thai stance doesn't blend in well in MMA because of open hips. It's easy to take them down. Yeah, classic Muay Thai stance, no. But like if you want to adapt the style to the MMA, you need to modify the style itself too. So like I've seen, for example, a lot of Western people dominating Muay Thai. They're basing from the kickboxing, and they make they're not that stiff in their stances, and they're moving way more, and so basically, I guess you understood what I mean. Elbows and knees, high knees, and certain kicks and low kicks from the Muay Thai are still very efficient in more MMA. The stance has to be adjusted. Okay, guys, I encourage you not to call each other names and talk about, argue about the history and politics. One of the things that gonna make our lives better is if we all learn to agree to disagree principle. Even sometimes we don't agree with things, or someone is wrong and you're right, or vice versa. Doesn't matter. Sometimes we just find a way to resolve it without resolving the argument. You know, just leave it. Yes, I'm married. When someone asked about the best way to self-defense, Habib, he told to get the pit bull in his own funny way. Yes, that's funny. That's not one of the ways too. That's the like a post-Soviet way, like a Soviet style. Have it get a fighter dog. Looking good. My country does not make money like you. Well, your country is gives a lot of opportunities, and I think a lot of people are lost in their entitlement. What I talked before. Even if you're build your life and you're entitled to the thing, you have to remember where you come from, or if not you, where your ancestors came from, and remember that the hard times can come anytime from whatever reason. So you have to stay prepared and resilient and tough to be able to protect your family, your kids, and your country if needed. That's what I think a lot of women forgot. I think women forgot that more than men even. I don't watch WWE. I know Brock Lesnar, and well, shout out to him. He was both, and he was both in UFC and wrestling. So yeah, I guess Brock Lesnar to me. It's interesting to point out that hard times force people to become strong, but also even if one was raised by pleaser parents, the world is still rough and forces people to strengthen themselves. Yeah, absolutely. Hard times, I actually encourage to have a good family. I want to create a good family for my kids, so they don't see hardships in the very beginning of their life from the outside world or within the family. However, it's important to raise your kids with giving them the sense of independence and the responsibility and accountability from the very young age, and you do that. There are methods how to do that. You know what I mean? Stone Cold Steve Austin, yes. I said woman, not money girl. Your ideas are interesting. You're human, so am I. We all are human. Let's not forget about it. Evil? Raise your kids down to earth. True, absolutely. Well, there are certain things that needs to be considered when it's raised. I don't have kids, don't get me wrong, but I had the big role of raising my youngest sister. I was like a second mom for her, and I dealt with kids, and I worked with kids. I trained kids, and I had groups with kids, and it was basically full of the life lessons that I know they're gonna remember, same as I remember some teachings from some of my good teachers in boxing and martial arts and dancing before. I forgot to mention it, but I used to do Georgian national dancing. So those things are important, you know. Some guidance is important, and some important points and insights are important. Okay, before closing the stream, give me a shout out for me. It's Shan. Shan, have a good day. Thank you for the conversation. You seem like a very good person. Okay, wrap it up. You have a big night. Yes, boss. Okay, guys, thank you very much for watching. I appreciate you a lot, and I'll see you basically in a couple hours for the karaoke night stream. Okay? Bye-bye.